A very good morning to one and all present here for Amity University's online professional development program, Cultivating Academic Integrity in Working Professionals. I, Shweta Rabas, extend a very warm welcome to all the guests, respected dignitaries, team, and directors, and all the participants on the fifth day of this program. The first session for the day has been titled Student Engagement with Ethical Issues, which will be taken up by Professor Vandana Singh. Professor Vanna Singh is currently working as a professor in the School of Education, IGNOU. She has an experience of about 18 years of teaching, research, and training experience in the area of teacher education. She is the course team member of Bachelor of Education, PG Diploma in Educational Management and Administration, PG Diploma in Higher Education and Management, Diploma in Elementary Education, and PhD Education. Presently, she is coordinating postgraduate diploma in pre-primary education and postgraduate diploma in educational management and administration as well. She has contributed both at the national and international level through participation in conferences, meetings, seminars, and trainings. She has widely published articles in national and international journals. In addition to her experience in the area of teacher education, her other specializations area includes psychology of teaching and learning, science education, educational management and administration, and curriculum studies. It is our honor to have you with us, ma'am. Over to you.
Namaskar sabhi ko, and thank you so very much for this warm welcome. And I extend my all greetings to all the management staff members and teachers present here and my dear colleagues. Before I begin my presentation, I'd like to know, am I clearly audible and visible?
Yes, Vannaji, you are.
All right. So today we are going to discuss about a very important topic, that is student engagement with ethical issues. And what I would like to focus is on that, the area of ethics and ethical education and dealing with ethics is quite a area which requires a lot of intervention, which is more of a personal than in terms of, you know, any kind of a formal instructional training. So therefore, it has to be dealt with a lot more sensitivity. So in my presentation, what I would focus, we would start with what is student engagement and what are the areas in which students have to be engaged ethically. Basically, students are researchers, they're individual learners, they are all interacting in different levels. So what are those levels and what are the philosophical orientation regarding, understanding of the student engagement in the higher education system? So let me begin with my sharing with my screen. Just let me know whether the screen is visible or not. I'm sharing my screen. Is it visible?
No, Vannaji, it is not visible.
Now?
No, Vannaji.
Just a minute, please.
Varna ma'am, share your screen first, then go to your presentation.
Yeah, I'm sharing. I've done the same way. Is that?
Yes, now it's visible.
Yeah, I'm just opening that. Wait a minute. Just a minute, please. Let me see. Is it all right now?
Yes, Vannaji, it's okay. Just rotate the screen.
Yeah, I will do that. Okay,
Yes, it's perfectly visible.
all right. So when we are talking about, this particular topic is actually very, as I was mentioning in the introduction, is very important as well as very pertinent. So when we talk about, engaging the student or meaningful engagement of the student, the things which comes to our mind, what is engagement? What do we mean by student engagement? Is it just related to the, the academic engagement which leads to the academic success of the student, or is it more than that? I think that is the thing which we need to dwell upon. So if you talk about, engaging the students, meaningfully, there are lot many discussions which are there, which are done in by the various researchers and philosophers. So there is one linear explanation of that how students are engaged. When I say a linear explanation, which only sees a reciprocal relationship between the student engagement and the academic success. So therefore, your academic success is only seen as a degree or degree of acquiring the academic success. But is this student engagement limited to only getting the academic success, or it is much more than that? I would say that is a very traditional or a conservative view of understanding student engagement. But if we go beyond, then we would find that student engagement, yes, it is a very key factor for motivation factor for learning, but there are many other perspectives to it beyond only limiting. If we only limit it to academic achievement, I think that is a very limited view of academic achievement. So we have to see academic engagement just not as a prerequisite to learning, but also students' commitment to achieving the overall success in all the areas of education. So when we say all the areas of education, what does that mean? That means the engagement is just not limited to the classroom interaction. It goes beyond the classroom, beyond the classroom, maybe in the laboratories or maybe in the informal chatting when the students are doing, even in the examination hall. So that is the engagement what we are talking about, a meaningful engagement. And when we involve this terms called ethics or ethical, it would mean that the students have to actively participate in ethical decision making. Now, we all know what ethics are or what ethical understandings we have, though you can say that is a very relative issue, because one thing which is ethical to me maybe, or maybe in a social community, may not be ethical in the other social community. But for that, we have to follow all the universal, ethics which are there. Suppose if I talk in terms of students, for example, not copying the assignment from the internet is one ethic which a student needs to follow. Similarly, a researcher, when conducts the research, the student, that particular researcher has to stay away from doing the plagiarism. So this is all the universal ethics which are required. So when we are talking about student ethical engagement, that would refer to how student will be actively participating in the ethical decision making, in their outward behavior, that is the overt behavior and actions which they perform. And when we say uh, ethical engagement or engagement of the student, I would also like to dwell upon the various understandings which are given by the psychologists and philosophers. A constructivist theory of knowledge, if we look at understanding the student's engagement from constructivist view of knowledge, we would see that a constructivist teacher would see knowledge of reality is neither, the discovered nor it is, but it is constructed. And it is co-constructed in the classroom, which means the student and the teacher, they are active participants in construction of the knowledge, and hence it is transmitted, encoded, and retained not as a commodity but as a gained experience. So now in this scenario, if we look at engagement of the student in the classroom when they are constructing the knowledge, the implication would be that we have to give an equal chance to all the students to participate in that process of learning. And secondly, in turn, the student has to participate in the entire process of learning uh, with best of their understanding and knowledge, without copying, without taking anything from outside. So that is how in a constructivist classroom or even a constructivist theorist would look at student engagement, which means whenever a knowledge is created in the class or even outside the class, then it is the knowledge construction is always learner centric. And the moment this the knowledge become learner centric, that means the student engagement in the entire process of learning becomes the central point. But there are many complexities which are involved in it, because as a student, they are expected to simultaneously interact with various variables, such as variables, even individuals, even environment, which will not only affect their understanding and processing of the knowledge, but also in the overall development of their personality. So hence, when we see student engagement in a uh, in a in a situation where knowledge is constructed, the implication is that all the individuals, be it a teacher, be it a student, they have to understand the ethical nuances of constructing the knowledge, which I will be discussing a little later on. So also from the, if we look at this construction of knowledge and also student engagement from the socio-cultural perspective, then we will find that the student, the teacher, the institution, and all the external factors, they are the most influencing factors which actually influences the quality of student engagement. That means that means the student engagement in the process of learning, it cannot be understood in isolation. It has to be seen as a process which is complex, as well as which involves or which has an impact of so many individuals. Another thing which we need to, I think, understand is that when we talk about student engagement, the student engagement is just not limited to the cognitive investment of the students. That also, involves the emotional commitment of the students towards learning. So therefore, when we talk about cognitive engagement, this only basically refers to the deep learning of concepts and skills. And when we talk about, personal engagement, it, it is basically very subjective to the well-being. And basically it actually refers to the sense of belongingness and security in the relationship, which also implies that whenever we are engaging with our students in any kind of a situation, we, apart from the factor which I just referred to, that is the teacher, institution, the external environment, we also need to consider these aspects, that our communication with the student is just not limited at the cognitive level, that is just not the cognitive engagement, but it should be also emotional engagement, so that there is a sense of belongingness and security of relationship which is developed. Now, why it is important? to develop that sense of belongingness? And can we also think in terms of having deriving a relationship of this particular sense of belongingness and security vis-a-vis with their ethical engagement? Yes, we can say that. How? When we say, when an individual, any individual, they have a sense of belongingness and security, automatically there is a trust which develops. And in our situation in the higher education system, this trust is very important. When this trust is developed between a teacher and a student will come to you and tell you where they are not understanding, what they are not understanding, what are the problems which they face. And you as a teacher would be able to, uh, help your students in a better way. Now, let us even in the school education system, we can find that this student engagement has got many dimensions. That the first, you can say, there is the academic engagement of the student. So when as the name refers, the academic engagement, this dimension basically focuses on student involvement and participation in their academic pursuits. Includes all the activities such as attending the classes regularly, actively participating in discussions, completing the assignments on time, and also taking active role in learning. So when the students are ethically involved in this academic engagement, they will be, discussing with their teachers with what are the problems, where they are not understanding, where they will be completing the assignment as per their own understanding without, without taking down the notes from the internet or, talking or copying from any other source. So this is one of the dimensions. Another dimension, which is a little, all these dimensions are basically interrelated. The next dimension is the intellectual engagement. How it is different from the academic engagement is that actually it pertains to the student's curiosity, the critical thinking, and the intellectual goals. The opportunities must be provided for deepening the understanding, asking thoughtful questions, analyzing and evaluating information, and it must encourage your students to engage with the complex idea, to see the diverse perspective, and develop a passion for lifelong learning. Why it is important to actually seek for diverse perspectives? It is important, again, it is an area of ethical engagement. Why? Because in a class, you will have students from different social backgrounds, different class backgrounds. So if we value the diversity in the class, if we value the inclusion in the class, then it will be, the students will be able to deal with the issues and the various aspects of, the diverse perspectives of the individual. Now, another aspect is the, uh, what you say, is the social engagement. So the social engagement is in a class, in a system, we are continuously interacting with our students. So involvement of the students with the peers and at large with the campus community. It basically encompasses the participation in the student clubs, organization, the co-curricular activity, attending the social events, and building the relationship. In all these areas where the students are interacting at different levels, be it at student clubs or organization, they also keep in mind the, ethical point benchmarks for interaction, for maintaining the rules, for maintaining the, even a good relationship with the peers. So therefore it is important that in all the aspects, this there are benchmarks for, when you say to what level the student must go to, or what is that particular ethical level but which the student has to hit. So in each of the dimensions, there are scope for that. Then, if you talk about even the civic engagement, now the students are involved to contribute to the larger community through the NSS, that is the National Service Scheme, or through engaging with your students, maybe going out doing the projects in other, with the communities, like the students of social work, like the students of education, like many other students. They go out in the larger community and the society, and they actively, participate in the community service, volunteer for the work and other civic initiatives that address the societal issues. So at this point in time where the students are involved in such kind of civic engagement, we must encourage our students to apply the knowledge and skills to create a positive societal change and to develop a sense of social responsibility and active citizenship. Again, that will also require a lot of things, which we will discuss about this as my presentation will follow. The cultural engagement, likewise, is also appreciation and exploration of the diverse cultures and perspectives and different experiences which we have. The students, they participate in various cultural events and different, uh, programs, and engage themselves in interacting with others. So those things are very important. And last but not the least, this engagement is basically leading to the personal development of the students. So therefore, when you talk about the personal development, this dimension of student engagement basically refers to the growth of the self-awareness, self-esteem, and reflection on the actions that the students are performing in their day-to-day life. So when they are reflecting upon what they are doing, they'll be able to find out where they need to improve, where did they go wrong, and they will be able to evaluate themselves in a larger perspective. But all this is possible because if we talk about each of the dimensions, they are not individual in nature, they are not compartmentalized in nature. They are all, these dimensions are interconnected, and they are mutually, they constantly reinforce um, each of them. For example, if you see suppose if I take any of, suppose the personal development. So the personal development cannot take place unless the student is academically engaged or intellectually channelized or, socially active in their sphere of, understanding or sphere of arena of the friends. So therefore, all these dimensions, they are not uh, compartmentalized. They are in fact related with each other. So, and we have to also look into this. Therefore, the important point here to infer is that when we talk about engaging the student ethically, we need not only to talk about only about one dimension. The ethics has to go, or the ethical, boundaries has to be set in for each level of student engagement or each dimensions of student engagement. But when we are talking about dimensions of student engagement, we also need to understand why it is important, why the students must engage with the ethical issues. Why is it important? Can we not do it without it? Why it is important to basically for the students to actually, engage with these ethical issues. So I think it is important because in order to take ethical decision making, because if the student is engaged with other community members in a much more ethical way, then it will lead to ethical decision making. What does it mean when we say ethical decision making? Which means it develops a critical understanding and the skill to take informed decisions as well as morally, you know, sound decisions. There are ethical dilemmas which need to be considered, which while a student is able, while the student is taking a decision about a particular situation, the the an individual has to take into various perspectives, various values and consequences, and this allows the students to basically develop ethical, reasoning with themselves. The other thing is, of course, when the students are given a chance, it leads to, personal development of the individual. It fosters the personal growth and self-reflection. It encourages the students to examine their own beliefs and value systems and even the biases, and which leads to the deeper understanding about themselves, as well as uh, the the ethical stances which are available. So hence this leads to uh, you know uh, self-awareness that contributes to personal integrity as well as cultivation of ethical character. This also helps in the professional development of the students, because the ethical issues are pervasive in the the professional environment. So therefore, it is important that while a student is or an individual is engaging themselves with the ethical um, dilemmas, this this particular education actually helps them to prepare them for dealing with those ethical or challenges which they may encounter in their professional lives. It helps them to become more socially responsible. The social responsibility, it promotes the sense of social responsibility among the students, because it actually encourages them to take action for themselves, for their community, and within the ethical framework. And us, it helps in fostering the appreciation for the diversity which exists in our system. Also, at large, it helps in developing the ethical leadership. The students are able to take a principled stand, advocate for what is right and what is wrong. Thus, they will inspire others to take those particular decisions, and basically, it would help in preparing them for a better civic engagement. So, now having understood why the student must encourage with the ethical issues, now we must also understand which all are the areas in which students may face such kind of situation. See, it can happen when a student is interacting with their peers. It can happen when the student is, taking the examination. It can happen when the student is posting any kind of information on a social media website, or it can happen when a student is interacting online with the friends and other peer groups. So, in all the areas, their engagement has to be the code of conduct, if I would say, has to be followed. Let me just now share how it benefits the student. How it ben- In our previous discussion, I had already discussed, it not only improves the critical thinking, it enhances the moral decision making and the ability to make decisions. And largely, if I look at, then it will develop empathy towards the diverse perspective. And I think this particular aspect, that is developing empathy for diverse perspectives, is the most important aspect in today's scenario. Because if if one looks at the engagement of the student is not only engaging individually in a closed circle, but eventually we are preparing the student for the life. So if the student is able to, for that matter, I'm referring the student as an individual here. So they, as I said, they have to be prepared for life. So therefore, they have to have a perspective which is diverse in nature, and which basically involves, or which basically, involves people from various backgrounds so that they appreciate that kind of a diversity, then only we will be able to make uh, our society a better place to live in. Now, your institutions also need to take a supportive role. They need to provide a support for the for to the students so that they can contribute um, for the betterment, like for their improving their critical thinking, or for that matter, understanding the diverse perspective. For that, the institutions of higher education also need to be supportive in nature. They must also foster they must also focus on student success, but this student success should not be only limited to the academic achievement. It must be seen as an investment for life. So therefore, a continuous effort has to be done from the institutions, from the teachers, to basically build on this particular aspect. And what is important from the institutional point of view is that in order to have a better engagement of the higher education institution must make an investment in the support services, like developing a good library for the support of their coursework, for learning support, for counseling, and for acknowledging the importance of diversity and difference. So uh, therefore only if I say I have thousands of books in my library, but if a teacher does not give a chance to the student to engage meaningfully with those books in the library, that then all the money which is spent on it in building that library goes in vain. So therefore the level of engagement the level of engagement in the higher education must, the higher education must have this mission in their mind and practice the value of diversity, provide academic challenges, support, and active and collaborative learning for the student for their better student engagement. Now, let me now focus on what are the various kinds of, what are the different areas in which you may find or students may find different different kind of what would be the nature of ethical issues which are confronted by the student, or which we see mostly in our day-to-day life. Let us now try and understand that. Before I move on to the strategies, um, let me, there are different areas as I had already discussed, because the teacher has to, the student are continuously engaging, and they are engaging with they are engaging with their teachers, they are engaging with the social media, they are engaging with their peers, and they are in this the entire process of engagement, they are basically in a learning environment which must promote inclusiveness. So, like for example, let me take one area now. For example, when the student is writing, when you give them an assignment for as their work for writing, so there is a whole lot of issues which are related to the academic integrity, and uh, that these are main important issues for addressing such an issue, that is the commitment to the culture development of the culture of integrity. You may face different kinds of issues in this particular aspect. For example, the first issue may be issue of plagiarism. Now, when the student is engaged in research or any kind of assignment, this plagiarism basically involves presenting, you all may be knowing, it is presenting someone else's work or ideas or words as your own without a proper attribution. So basically copying down the tag text from the source without citation, without paraphrasing, without giving a proper credit to someone else's work. So this undermines the academic, or this undermines the integrity of the academic work. So when you give any kind of assignments to the students, this has to be, sometimes students are not aware about this fact that, taking down someone's work is not correct. So when we are giving that assignment, when we are giving them any kind of a research work, I think this issue of plagiarism and what plagiarism is, to what extent we can copy, and how we must do the paraphrasing, that is very, very important. That has to be taught to the students effectively. Another aspect is cheating during the exam. This is also one of the issues which you often face. The students, it involves copying from their other peer groups paper, sometimes using unauthorized materials, or receiving answers from the external sources. So students are, when they are uh, not fully prepared, when they are not confident about their preparedness for a particular exam or the test, they would like to engage themselves in these shortcuts, and they will end up breaking the academic integrity, basically. So this is very important ethical issue. Now, this what a teacher can do to stop the student from engaging in these unfair practices, apart from setting the punitive measures. As I said in the beginning, it is important that we must develop a sense of belongingness and a sense of trust amongst our learners. Why this happens most of the time, when the students end up in in the engaging themselves in um, such kind of an act, it is because the student at times is not able to discuss the problems which she has. They may be academic, they may be personal, which may be impacting her academic output. But if there is a sense of belongingness which is developed, and if there is a sense that learning is always co-constructed, then what happens? That student also owns that part of learning. And when this ownership arrives, then to an extent, a student actually will not like to dwell in that particular engagement, in that particular act of cheating. So, this sense of ownership, this sense of belongingness has to be developed, and this is our responsibility. So, apart from the punitive measures which we have, apart from other, there are other measures which a university or institution takes up to stop this. I think we must look at this particular aspect. Then, sometimes when the other aspects could be, sometimes, when um, there is a collaborative project which we give to the students. So, wherein the student is required to collaborate with others. So, here the ethical issues which basically arises is that when the student collaborates or seek assistance without permission, thus violating the guidelines. So, for example, if a student is conducting a particular research and she wants to collect the data, and this data, of course, it must have an informed consent from the sample group. So, this collaboration, which in turn should not be without the permission. So, while we are making our students undergo all these processes, these nuances also need to be made understood to our students. Then, most often, nowadays, you may find, ghost writing. That means someone else is writing a paper or assignment on behalf of a student. That is ghost writing. This is also a very unethical practice which students at times engage in. and thus deceives the teachers and misinterprets the students' abilities and knowledge. Now, what can be done? What can be done about this apart from other institutional arrangements which we have? I think again the important here is unless I am not aware about, or unless I do not have a self awareness about my own abilities and skills, I will not be able to make a good decision about myself, which is more ethical in nature. So, the crux, everything boils down to the aspect of self awareness. So, you have to, after you develop this sense of belongingness, a teacher has to look in terms of helping the student to recognize, identify their own skills and abilities so that they'll be able to pose themselves in a better place rather than in some fictitious character where they don't fit in. So that fiction should go away, right? Another thing which most of the time happens again while students are engaging with themselves with the academic data is the fabrication of the data. When they are involved in data analysis, they manipulate the sometimes the students tend to manipulate the data to achieve the desired result. This is also a serious breach of academic intensity. Falsifying the data undermines the trust and the validity of the research findings. So again, this particular aspect, how can you stop the fabrication of the data? By employing a particular statistical technique, by employing so many other, even if the student is not being able to do the statistical analysis, they can use the SPSS so that this fabrication, this manipulation can be stopped. Then even, giving them, sometimes there is a unauthorized access. For example, some uh, say question paper. This is a very, very sensitive issue. Sometimes the question papers are that is not allowed. That is not actually students are not expected that they must have that copy of. But somehow, if they are able to take that, so those are also the ethics part. How to deal with that? Again, here what you can see on the slide, that improvement in the critical thinking, that improvement in the decision making, that will happen when only when the students engage themselves meaningfully. And it must not be, as I have been discussing right from the starting, it must not be linear in nature. All the other aspects need to be put in. Now, there's a other now nowadays we all have become techno savvy. So do the students are. Students are expected to do so many things using the technology. So while they are dealing with the technology, while they are working on the technology, they need to be made aware of the different, you know, ethical rules about using the technology, because that will, because those rules are both related to the individual as well as to the social or the society. For example, while students are making use of the social media, they must be uh, made aware of the cyberbullying and harassment which may happen. They must also be made aware about, if they are not, though I'm not undermining today's students understanding about, making their own privacy settings and personal information secured, but as I said, the classroom is a diverse group. Many students may not be aware of. So we may have a particular session or discussion about how to make those privacy settings and personal information so that they are aware about it, so that their personal information, whatever they want to choose, someone else should not share their personal information. That this way we may prevent the use by the unethical use of the personal information by any other. Because if a student is not aware about how to secure their personal information that other can use it. So therefore, knowledge is the key. So if you have to make them aware about all this, then of course nowadays cyberbullying and harassment is a very, very it is an ethical concern which is on rise. Which we can see the students are engaged in, or either becoming victims of cyberbullying on the digital platform. So the student must promote here. As a teacher, you must help them to promote the culture of respect, kindness, empathy of online as well as offline, and report any of the instances of harassment or bullying which they might have faced. Because many a times students would not come up with this particular kind of issue. They may not be able to share. That is why the sense of belongingness and trust is important. So if that sharing is important, because you may see nowadays instances of students committing suicide on the campuses, and one of the reasons of committing the suicide is also how the student is seen on a digital platform, whether sometimes they are bullied to an extent that they go into you know a sense of this engagement, and thus lead to ending their life. So therefore, it is important that the students are made aware of it. And since we are living in this digital world, the the students must adhere to the principle of digital citizenship. That will include being respectful, responsible, and being ethical online too. So the social media has to be used ethically, and should not be used unethically for any other person. That has to be discussed at various forums, at various interactions. The students must be engaged too. Another thing which is important while we are engaged in the digital uh, learning is that awareness about intellectual property rights and content sharing. This particular ethical issue of copyright of the content, such as music, images, articles, without permissions or attributions, the student may land themselves a having a copyright notice served to them. So, in order to understand and respect the IPR, that is the intellectual property right, and in order to understand what should be shared, they must understand the various aspects like the licensing, the copyright, what are the various aspects of copyright, and there must be a continuous discussion about it. In the classroom, you may have workshops for them so that they will be made aware of it. And of course, online scams and misinformation, this we all suffer, and the students also must critically evaluate any information which they encounter on a social media platform, and avoid falling victim to them. And for that, what teachers can do, the teachers can create awareness about various issues like dealing with the content ethically, posting the content ethically, understanding the issues of copyright, understanding the issues of plagiarism, thus they saving the students in from becoming the trap for trapping themselves in the issues of ethical dilemmas while they are dealing with the digital environment. Now, if we come to class, then we would find that, as I was talking about inclusion and diversity, in our classroom or institution as a whole, it is very diverse in nature. You would find students coming from different community, different caste, different class. You may have students from different areas of disability also, you know, and the gender, of course, there are so many aspects of diversity which you may find in the higher education institutions, and your students have to continuously interact with them. But in order to do so, in order to develop, or in order to, even interact, there is interact with the various diversity, in order to, mm, in order to be inclusive in their engagement, they have to also understand the aspect of equitable educational environment, which means our system, meaning when I say our system, I'm referring to the higher education system, uh, as teachers as well as students, and also at the head of the department, or we must all, look forward to create an inclusive and equitable educational environment for our learners, and must help our students to basically, uh, you know, be very mindful in engaging more ethically with the issues of diversity. Now, how can they do that? First and foremost, by respecting to the diverse population. The student must be, when the student first time come to the any kind of higher education institution, the institution can boast their own diversity, that we have such a diverse population, and then we value this. When institution values the diversity, automatically those values, they come down to the students as well. And then when the students are, encouraged to embrace and respect the diverse perspectives, cultures, and backgrounds, then what happens? Truly, the inclusion takes place. And it is very, very important that students may be made aware about the value of diversity of the learning experience. They must be encouraged to be open-minded and be respectful while having a dialogue with their colleagues, with their peer group. And this can only happen if we model the same thing in our behavior, because students, they learn more from the social learning. When we say, when I deal with my student, I give respect to my students and I treat them equal, the same value percolate goes down. Similarly, when institutions sets in this message, this value goes down. So at the institutional level, at the individual level, we have to value this particular aspect, that is diversity and inclusion. When we talk about inclusion and dealing with the issues with it, there is it is a part of basically inclusive the diversity, that is the language and the behavior. We must include most of the languages, and uh, basically affirm the, uh, identity of all the individuals, because as an individual, we are all social beings. We come up with their own cultures, with their own ideas, with their own languages. But when we promote any one or any two languages, what happens is the other languages, the students from other backgrounds, they start feeling a little inferior, and that's all. Thus, not feeling very respected in the environment. So therefore, the students in the class must be made appreciate about the diversity in the language also. Then we can ethically through active participation and collaboration, the student can ethically engage themselves in working with the groups and activity, uh, with the students from different diverse backgrounds. You can put them in together, the different diverse groups together. You can form or very mixed groups, so that the students can have a collaboration not only with their look-alike. What I mean, that students with whom they feel very much aligned to. Rather, we must form the groups which are little diverse in nature, so that the sense of collaboration, it becomes little more active, and they are able to listen to the other viewpoints, the diverse perspective. Hence, they'll be able to value the contribution of all the participants. This is how we can help our students to ethically engage with the other. Uh, and also, when I say inclusion, uh, or including inclusion ethically, here I would also like to say that, there must be inclusive representation of the students, because if we promote that, that is reflected not only in the classroom processes, but in the higher education system, the overall institution as well. Um, so this is what, when we talk about dealing with the issue, be it on the digital network, be it in the classrooms, be it when they are students are doing their assignment or their project. These are the issues which the students mostly face. Now, as a teacher, what we can do, what can be done, so that we can increase this engagement of the students in a much more ethical way. First, what we can do is developing the moral reasoning. Here, moral reasoning, I am not placing any kind of a value judgment. What I am trying to say here is that moral reasoning about what is right and what is wrong. Now, this concept of right and wrong, how does it come? It comes when an individual has a rational thinking mind. So we must promote that idea of rational thinking. Then only the moral reasoning will automatically come in. And second thing, what we can do in our classroom is, or in our institution, is to cultivate the culture of empathy and compassion. When we cultivate this culture of empathy and compassion, automatically what happens, that the students would not only engage with with their friend groups, but also will become uh, sensitive to the other individuals, those who are not there in their friend zone. So for cultivation of empathy and compassion is an important um, value or important affective domain, what you may have, you can encourage your students to develop. Then encourage to have an ethical decision making. What does that mean when I say ethical decision making? Here, actually, the ethical decision making, what it refers to is, if I, put it in the, put it as Paulo Freire has said, that, it is basically praxis that is reflecting upon the world to transform it, which means that this praxis does not involve just the head, just our mind. It involves knowing, doing, and being, which means only having an information about something which will not lead to a better decision making. We must have a knowledge. We must have, that particular knowledge, which is not the only procedural in nature. We must have a true knowledge. And for how can that true knowledge become a part of my own self? It can only become when the student is given a chance for critical analysis of diverse views. So, which means if you give your students uh, diverse activities in which they engage themselves more critically, and they bring in more of their thinking into it. And when they critically analyze the situation, they'll be able to take ethical decisions, which is more rational in nature, which will be, when I say rational in nature, what does that mean? It has a special characteristic, that is, it is universally, it is accepted by and large by all. Then another aspect is we must promote the in amongst our students. What I say is that ethical leadership. What does that mean when we say ethical leadership? Which means the student must be able to take a principled stand about what is right and what is wrong in their life. So when the this particular leadership quality, when the student develops, that will not only help them
Excuse me,
in
ma'am.
life, but also in the life beyond. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you, but our next speaker has already joined. Can you please
Fine.
wind it up in next 1 minute, ma'am?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Sure.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
And thus, what I would like to end up saying is that this ethical arrangement, um, this engagement of the student is nothing but preparing students for life and preparing students for becoming uh, ethical citizens of the world. So I think this is a very important aspect, and I've taken, I think, the time of the other speaker. So with this, I think I'll wind up, and by saying this, that this is something which can be done when we get actively involved with our students, with our colleagues, and dwell on these issues mindfully. So this is what I wanted to say. So thank you so very much for your patient listening. I would love to have any questions if you have.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an insightful session. I'm sure all of the participants present here must have learned a lot from you. If anyone has any question regarding the same, the platform is open for that. Please type it in the chat box.
Dr. Sweta, can I say something?
Yes, sir. Sure.
Thank you
Thank you,
very much.
Dr. Vanna ma'am. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Now, Dr. Jafrul Alam, my friend, my colleague, and Vanna madam was also our colleague. And thank you, Vanna ma'am, for your good words and good lectures. It's really encouraging. And because due to the lack of time, we have another professors from Bahrain. So because the timing is different of Bahrain as per India, so now and he has to finish early also. So now we are inviting Professor Jafrul Alam from Bahrain. Thank you.
Sure. So I'd like to leave the session now. I'll take the permission to leave. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Vannaji. Pleasure listening to you. And I think it was great insights that you've given to the fresh scholars who've been on this platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Doctor, sir, I'm not able to share my screen.
No, your PPT is
Sir,
visible to
1
us. Your
second.
PPT is visible to us.
It is visible?
No,
Now
sir,
you can
it is
share,
not
sir.
available. Sir, you can share now.
Our next session is titled Knowing Self to Enhance Integrity in Ethical Behavior, which will be taken up by Professor Zafrul Alam. Dr. Zafrul Alam is currently working as an assistant professor at University of Bahrain in the domain of organizational behavior and human resource management. He has been a keynote speaker and resource person in many conferences and workshops. He has also a book published under his name. Dr. Zafrul Alam has several publications in reputed journals indexed in Scopus in Web of Science. He is a part of several editorial team members for journals as well. He is also a reviewer for various reputed journals: Sage Open, Journal of Advance in Medicine and Medical Research, Journal of Sciences and Humanities, Journal of Economics, Management and Trade, to name a few. He is also a member of Indian Society for Training and Development. It is our honor to have you us. With us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Shweta, for Dr. Shweta, for giving a wonderful introduction about me. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My sincere thanks go out to you for excellent and motivating introduction that you have given, and I would like to thank you for such type of the introduction. It is an honor for me to be the part of the faculty development program, which is a focus on knowing self in order to enhance integrity and ethical behavior. I would like to thank MIT University for providing me with such a wonderful opportunity that made possible because of Professor Harish Kumar Tyagi. And we worked together. We learned a lot of things from him. He's a very resourceful person, giving always encouragement to the juniors and motivating to perform always better. So thank you, Professor Harish Kumar Tyagi, for giving me such opportunity. And he's also a well-renowned in the academic arena, especially we can say that in education. So furthermore, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Shushma Rani for coordinating with us for such a wonderful and provoking ideas on knowing self to enhance integrity and ethical behavior. Let me introduce, or she already introduced about myself. So let me introduce again that this brief, I am working here as a faculty member in the Department of Management and Marketing. Prior to this, I was with Prince Saddam bin Abdullah University, where I worked 10 years in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Before that, I was with Professor Harish Kumar Tyagi in the Eritrea Institute of Technology, Asmara, Eritrea, Northeast Africa. You can find my research publication, more than 50 research paper I published, and more than 24 research paper indexed in Scopus. So Scopus author ID and ORCID ID already is there. You can visit and you can find about myself. So this is brief about myself. And now what will be the agenda? As you know that this is an incredible topic to understand, know yourself. And knowing the self is not an easy that we have to think about a lot of what is happening 360-degree. We need to analyze ourselves to have integrity and ethical behavior. Sometimes, as you know, that Professor Harish Kumar Tyagi is he knows very well Freud. What he said that whatever the child will born, where he will be grown, the culture will give a most impact on that particular person. Either if you take two different family, where one is not having ethical behavior, another is having ethical behavior, both the child will born in the same family will develop two different attitudes or two different culture because of the environment. So it is very much essential for us to understand what is good, what is acceptable, what is not good, what is unacceptable, inappropriate in the society. So our agenda will be a brief understanding of knowing self, integrity and ethical behavior, and why it is important for us to know yourself. Then there are various thinkers, great management, social scientists, their idea to understand why it is important for us to understand oneself. Then we will try to explore some another ideas with the help of Johari windows that for integrity and ethical behavior, and which will help individual to sustain in this competitive and rapidly changing world environment. Then we will try to understand thought-provoking insight from the brilliant minds, the two above I showed you the bullet point. Then we will try to learn the significance of integrity and ethical behavior for individual, ethical behavior and integrity, what are the dark side when we are not complying such kinds of the things, what will happen? Then the key to integrity and ethical behavior is knowing yourself, what are the fruits, then what are the challenges to integrity and ethical behavior. Understand yourself in order to enhance your integrity and ethical behavior, and we will try to develop some tips for integrity and ethical behavior. Knowing self. So before going to start this one, I have given a chat. Uh, Please, I send a link to you people. Please try to use this link and provide your ideas pertaining to this link. The question is here, why should we know ourselves to have integrity and ethical behavior? Please, all of you use the link, and based on that, we will try to explore some ideas. Are you able to get this link, Dr. Manoj?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is visible. Yeah.
Yeah, please try to use this link. If you will need a code is there, 6347597.
All the participants, please use this link to give the answer.
Yeah, please try to do fastly because we have a very less time, and within a 1 hour, I have to finish everything. Yeah, we got that professional, better career, success. Okay, knowledge to acquire moral value, unbiased things we need to keep away. Very good. Any other thoughts? Treat others with respect, for self-awareness, understand your strength and weakness. Excellent point of view. Okay, so we try to develop some idea with the help of this engagement tool that is a menti.com. You can also use in your class to get or engage your student. Now, without having a code, it is very difficult to make your presentation more attractive and particularly to address the highly qualified people. So there is Virginia Woolf. She is an English writer, and what she said that without self-awareness, we are babies in the cradles. As you know that when you are in the cradle, it is very difficult to understand that who is outside, what are the values in the outside. Otherwise, you will be not able to cope the situations, and you will be not able to adhere the rules, regulations, and ethical behavior. So we know that we many times we act impulsively, blindly, how follow others or repeat the same mistakes over the period of the time. So we need to understand that how to connect with other people, how to make the things happen with the help of other people. So it is essential for us to understand knowing self and integrity with the help of this Virginia Woolf quotations. So let's understand that why we have to know yourself. So knowing yourself is essential for, as you already mentioned in the previous slides, that what is the purpose for ethical and integrity behavior, that knowing yourself is essential for developing integrity and ethical behavior. When you know yourself, you are better able to judge yourself. You will understand what is the values, beliefs, motives, and others. This will help you to understand and make the choice, and based on that, you can able to judge yourself. Then integrity is the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles. Another point is that ethical behavior that is consistent with moral principles. All of you know that we have to think about societal cultural perspective, in which we know that what is accepted, what is not accepted in the society, we should follow and we should adhere. And another point here, that understand oneself is important for maintaining integrity and ethical behavior, because this will give you and allow you to align your actions, your values, your beliefs, how to perform in the assigned task. And another point, we can say that when individuals have a clear sense of their own identity, values, and moral principles, these type of the people are making decisions which can be considered as a fruitful, which can be considered as unbiased decisions, and this will be very much consistent with the existing organizational cultural values, or we can say societal values. And when you have such type of the things, this will help you to build trust and gain respect with others, and create a foundation for ethical behavior, which is very much, we can say that it's a pillar of any individual, that when you will have ethical behavior, automatically you are going to generate a lot of respect, trust, and so on. Now, next part, as I told you that introductory, so this integrity, all of you know that it is the quality of being honest and having a strong moral principle. It is about doing the right things even when it is difficult. When you visit the Wikipedia, you will find this type of the definition of integrity. So people with integrity are trustworthy, we can say reliable, and people with integrity is we can consider as a trust, and it is about doing right things even when you have any kinds of the crisis or difficulties. So businesses can demonstrate integrity by creating a culture of ethics, a culture of acceptance, compliance, and enhancing strong anti-corruption policies, which is not acceptable by the society, by the government, or by your organizations. So holding employees accountable for their actions. So this integrity is a valuable quality that can help you succeed in your both personal as well as the professional life. If you want to develop the integrity, follow some tips which I will give you in the later slides, which can help you to enhance. Everybody has integrity, only need to sharpen such kinds of the things based on our knowledge. Now, ethical behavior is the conduct of an individual or the organization that is morally, which we can say, correct or the fair. And it is about doing the right things even when it is a difficult time for you. It is about doing things which is we consider that perform it without having any difficulties. So ethical behavior is important because it allows to help to build trust, respect between individuals, between your organizations, and between your societal members. It also helps to create a more just and equitable society. So ethical behavior will, as the question I asked you, you have 7 that unbiased and develop ethical values. So this will help you to develop equitability and equality among the society when you have ethical behavior. Now, some key points related to understand yourself, to have integrity and ethical behavior. Be honest with yourself. This is very much important step for understanding yourself, because you should be honest. As you know that honest means that you will be able to understand what is you have inside, internal as well as external. So internal strength and weakness easily you can understand. Externally, you need to understand what are the opportunities, what are the threats you have, and based on that, you need to perform your task. Another is that be open to feedback. Sometimes what happens that the feedback which the people are providing, we are not taking into consider. So we need to have very much open to take the feedback, because this will give you enlightened to understand yourself, and you can improve yourself based on this feedback to maintain the integrity and the ethical behavior. Another point is reflect on your experiences. We all are human beings. From the childhood till now, we are getting experiences. So we have to reflect on our past experiences, what we did, what type of the values we acquired, and what type of the value we should keep away. So we need to reflect on yourself, and this will help you to learn from your experiences. Then set a goals. As you know that SMART goal, maybe all, if you are a teacher, you know the SMART goal. So we have to set the goal which can be easily achievable. And what are the goals here? That your goal should must follow integrity and ethical behavior. You should not set the goal and bypass the integrity as well as the ethical behavior. And be patient here, that you should not think that the result will come automatically. Sometimes you have to face a lot of crisis. So just keep working on it, and eventually what will happen that you will be able to reach a point where you will feel comfortable in your life by adhering the rules, regulations, maintaining the integrity as well as ethical behavior. Now, why it is important to know yourself, to have integrity? That is, knowing yourself can help you make better decisions. Just I joined the session, and Vandana, Professor Vandana was saying in terms of engagement that so knowing yourself can help you make a better decision. How it is? Because all of you know that we all have our own values, beliefs, and motivations. So we have to choose our better options, which are considered, which must be consistent with our values. Another one is here that knowing uh, yourself can help you build strong relationships. As we are all working, we must know that who is our up, who is behind. It means that you have to understand vertical as well as the horizontal line. Vertical line consists of your boss in terms of higher line. Junior is your subordinate, and the horizontal line we can consider as our peers. So if you have integrity and ethical behavior, you should maintain the relationship by keeping in mind, respecting with each other. We can say that both the lines, horizontal as well as vertical lines. Another is knowing yourself can help you manage stress more effectively. This is the era of changes, and this is the era of challenging and developing technological era, and we need to understand that what are the triggers of our stress, If I have to maintain the integrity, sometimes they are forcing to have a unethical behavior to maintain in the organization. So such type of the stress, which is the how we are going to manage, it is very much important. So when you will understand yourself by keeping in mind integrity and ethical behavior, it will be helpful for you to minimize the stress at workplace, as well as we can say that in your personal life. And knowing yourself can help you achieve your goal. As we can say that when you know what you want and why you want such type of the goal, which is whether it is based on our values, beliefs, cultural norms or not. So based on that, you will take necessary steps to achieve it. Now, these are the here some thinkers, which you can say that great thinkers' ideas on how to develop knowledge behavior by understanding yourself to maintain the integrity and ethical behavior. You all know Freud psychoanalytic theory. That Freud made the three, as you know, that three: id, ego, and super ego. The id is the impulsive, pleasure-seeking part of the personality. So the ego is the rational and decision-making part of the personality, and the superego is the moralistic, concise, driven part of the personality. So integrity and ethical behavior are the large product of ego's ability to balance the demand of the id and the superego, and how to adjust with the external environment. And Vygotsky is the social development theory, is the framework for understanding how culture and social interaction shape human cognitions and behavior. So as you know that another personality theorist, Vygotsky, pointed out that learning is a process that involves collaboration with more knowledgeable others, and such as like our parents, our teachers, our peers. So Vygotsky pointed out that you have to understand the cultural diversity and that context and try to shape our moral values accordingly. And next is here that Maslow hierarchy of human needs. So all of you know that Maslow has given 5 needs, and physiological, safety, love and belonging, esteem and self-actualization. So Maslow pointed out that people must satisfy the lower need, then only you can reach for the another needs, higher level of the needs. So in relation to integrity and ethical behavior, Maslow pointed out that people who have met their basic needs are more likely to act in accordance with the values, principles, cultural norms, and to respect the right and dignity of other societal members. And this Bandura social learning theory, all of you know that this is the framework for understanding how people learn from observing and imitating others. According to Bandura, that learning is a social process that involves your attentions, your memory, your motivation, your self-regulation. So integrity and ethical behavior, when you have this, according to his theory, that you can acquire moral values and norms through social interaction, through observing others. And the last thinker is Erikson psychosocial theory of development. As you know that psychosocial development theory, which is consist of different stages. So integrity and ethical behavior are related to the 8th and the final stage of Erikson theory, that is integrity versus despair. So in that stage, what is happening that at the age of 65 and end of the death, it involves reflecting back what has happened with us. So based on that, you will be able to understand what is the moral values which we need to consider. So social expectation in each stage are the same across all the cultures. So individuals are shaped by and react to their environment. Another great thinker, that is Johari window. If you know that Johari window pointed out given 4 windows, and in that 4 windows we need to understand knowing self and knowing by others. You can easily understand what are the integrity and ethical behavior which will help you to understand to maintain the prosperity of your personality or your life. So increase self-awareness here. According to the Johari window, what they said that reflect on their own behavior, your thoughts, your emotions, which can help you to understand your self-awareness. This self-awareness can, individual can identify the ethical behavior, what are the ethical behavior in themselves. So based on understanding ethical behavior, they will perform accordingly. Then next point, next window is that identify blind spot. We are human being. We are not doing everything perfect. We are full of errors. So you have to understand, identify blind spots. So which sometimes we are not aware that it is. So this can help you individual to identify the areas where we should not act, where we should not be performed, because we want to maintain the integrity as well as the ethical behavior. The third window is improve communications. As you know that articulation play an important role. Somebody is doing something wrong, when you are going to convince the people that this is not fair, this is unbiased, this is unethical. When you will do these things, this will help you to develop values and beliefs more effectively and inculcate these things to among the others. And the last point is here that build the trust. This trust, as you know, that it is a crucial part of integrity and ethics. So according to the Johari window, we can say that this will help you to build the trust with others by knowing yourself and by knowing others. To maintain, these are the 2 pillars, that is integrity and ethical behavior. Now, what we learned from these great thinkers, that provided that these thinkers, what they said, that understand your personality, understand your culture, understand the self-awareness, so that self-awareness is the foundation of personal growth as well as the development. Then we can say that understanding your values by keeping in mind your strength, your weaknesses, opportunities, threats, personality trait, which can help you to make better choices and achieve the smart goal and prepare the goal which you are going to set. Then also, according to these great thinkers, they said that developing self-awareness, which require introspection or reflections, feedback from others. And we can say that self-awareness can help you to navigate difficult situations, manage stress, build a stronger relationship with others. It is important to be honest with yourself and your strengths and weaknesses, and to take responsibility for your actions, which you can make them to abide by keeping in mind the integrity as well as the ethical behavior. And as you know that when you have in the idea to maintain integrity and ethical behavior, this will inculcate self-awareness, which can lead to greater self-acceptance, confidence, and whatever the situation, adverse situation you have, you can easily cope in terms of resilience. Now, significance of integrity and ethical behavior, we already discussed. It is going to build a trust. And this trust is, we can say, it is very important component for our personal as well as professional relationships. As you know that if you don't have a trust, so let's see the easy example. If the trust between husband and wife doesn't exist, the marriage cannot go for a longer period of the time, divorce will happen. So building trust is very much important by maintaining ethical and integrity. Then we have a reputation that we need to act integrity and ethical behavior which have a positive reputation, which can lead to better opportunities and develop better relationships. Another point is that personal growth, acting and integrating ethical behavior requires individual to reflect your what is your values, what is your beliefs, so which can be a catalyst for your personal growth as well as your development. Then we have a legal compliance, so that ethical behavior often involves people follow the rules, regulations, which can help individual to avoid legal problems and consequences in the future. And the last point for in significance of integrity and ethical behavior is a self-respect. So those individuals who act with integrity and ethical behavior, you will find that such people have a lot of self-respect, self-esteem, and this will give a sense of self-satisfaction and happiness in their own life. Now, integrity and ethical behavior, what are the dark side? If we are not following, what will happen? You will lose your trust, and once unethical without integrity, it will push you away from the trust and you will lose the trust. And when you are going to lose the trust, this can lead toward the damage of the relationship between different corners. Then we have a legal consequences. So unethical behavior can lead to general legal consequences, such as fines, penalties, or even criminal charges. And personal consequences here, that unethical behavior can lead to your personal consequences. You will feel yourself guilt, sometimes shame, sometimes you will feel that people are not respecting, so you will lose the self-esteem as well. Negative impact on others, suppose being a father, being a parent, if we are doing unethical behavior and which is not based on our societal norms, you will lose your respect in front of your family members, in front of your peers, and so on. And this is also a negative impact on the society, that unethical behavior can have a negative impact on society as a whole, leading to decreased trust in institutions, or we can say that breakdown of the social norms. Now, next point, the key to integrity ethical behavior is knowing yourself. We already discussed in the previous slides, knowing yourself. So you have to understand your personal values and beliefs, and once you know these things, this will provide you opportunity to act in accordance with the principles, and you will be able to promote the integrity and ethical behavior. We already discussed its strengths and weaknesses by keeping in mind the great thinkers that individual need to understand, introspect himself by keeping in mind the retrospective experiences, the past experiences. And this will help the people to be more responsible, more accountable, and which we can say that which is required to maintain the integrity and ethical behavior. Another is emotional intelligence. All of you know that Daniel Goleman pointed out this one. So what they said, that you have to understand and manage not your own emotions. You have to manage other emotions as well. So individuals who have high emotional intelligence are more likely to act with respect, with trust, fairness, which we can say that is an essential part of integrity and ethical behavior. Then we have to go for self-reflections. That is, we need to understand ourselves. And this is the process of examining. This is the process of understanding your own feelings, your own ideas, as well as your behavior. So this will give you to understand, to identify areas where they may be acting unethically or without integrity, and make necessary arrangement to maintain these two components. And the last point for the key to integrity and ethical behavior is mindfulness. As you know that mindfulness practices of being present. You have to fully understand, engage yourself at the current moment. So mindfulness can help you individual to focus on their behavior and decision making and promote ethical and responsible behavior by keeping the acceptable societal norms, values, as well as the culture. Now, challenges to integrity and ethical behavior. So what are the challenges as we are going to face? So pressure to conform. Sometimes you have a pressure from your boss, sometimes pressure from your colleagues to accept it. So people feel pressure to conform to the norms of their group, even if those norms we are going to consider as unethical. Suppose a person, as in the, take the example of student that they want to cheat in the exam. Most of so the group of friends may be cheating on test, and they are pressurizing other people to conform. May it difficult for one student that to stand up, and they are not going to cheat because of pressure to conform. Then another point is here that fear of retaliations. So you have a fear that if I will not accept these things by saying by our boss, you have afraid that they will demote you, they will fire you, and they will ask you to resign from your organizations. And another challenges is lack of clear rules. That in some cases, what we observe that the rules are not consistent. Some organizations are saying that you can accept the gift from your clients. Some organization you cannot accept anything from the outsiders. So this is the, we have to understand the rules are not clear. It is having ambiguity in some organizations. And the last point in terms of challenges is the personal gain. We all in understanding that we are going to, we are doing things by keeping in mind that unethical behavior, when we will follow it to gain a personal gain. Sometimes what happened that as an example, we can say that employee may be tempted to steal from their organizational asset in order to make money from that one. So this is also personal gain. Sometimes being, sometimes we are taking official or company's goods at home. This is also because of personal gain. So despite of these challenges, it is important for us that whatever the circumstances, situation emerge, we need to follow the integrity and ethical behavior. When people have ethical behavior, you will understand yourself, you will generate some better value for the world, for themselves as well as for others. Now, based on various research, how to know yourself to enhance integrity and ethical behavior. There are some points which I want to share with you. Take a personality test. As you know that there are various personality tests available, MMPI and many other tests are there. So you need to understand who are you. And based on that, you can easily understand your strength, weakness, and prefer ways of interacting with that particular test. And try to read, explore some thoughts, feelings, and experiences from journals, magazines, and so on. And this will help you that to identify your pattern of the behavior, whether you are following such things in your life or not. Another point is that talk to a therapist or counselor. As you know that Professor Harish Kumar Tyagi is a certified counselor as well. So if you have, if any student is doing or anybody is having some problem for maintaining the ethical and integrity at their workplace, so you can talk to therapists. Therapists will understand your personality, and based on that they will provide you some guidance, some guideline to follow what is acceptable behavior in the society. And the last point, which how to know yourself to enhance integrity, is read books and articles about self-discovery. As you know that there are many books available, you need to read these books, understand the culture of Indian culture, the culture of Western culture is different. So maybe whatever the things which is accepted in Indian culture is not accepted in some other part of the world. And whatever the other part is accepting, we not accepting, we are accepting in our country. So we need to understand. And these things will only be possible when you are going to read some books, articles, newspaper, some blogs, and so on. Now, here that these slides will give you an opportunity that tips for developing integrity and ethical behavior by knowing self, that be honest with yourself. I already mentioned that you have to be honest with yourself. What is your strength? What is your weakness? You have to understand. And based on that, you need to develop values, cultures, and motivation. Then another point is that be honest with others. As I mentioned you in the previous slide, that two lines, vertical lines and horizontal lines, you have to understand by taking into consider higher position people, lower people in terms of subordinate and in terms of the peers. So when you are going to this one, this will provide you meaning in your life for assessing truthful and based on that you can make your actions. Then here that be accountable for your actions. If you are doing any things, either it is correct or it is not correct. So when you make any mistakes, own up to it and take steps to correct it, because you are the accountable person for such behavior, because you have done such kinds of the mistake in your life. Then be willing to compromise here. As you know that there are various stress mechanism available to manage your stress. So one of the management thing is that compromise. You should compromise sometimes based on what is the boss, who is your boss, what is their words, and how their values in order to obey. So it is important to make sure that you are not compromising yourself with the core values in spite of pressurizing by your peers, by your higher authorities, and so on. And be forgiving. And this is very important, as we know that everyone makes mistakes because we are human errors. We are human beings, and human beings is full of errors. So when someone make mistakes, try to advise him, and be keep in mind that you must be willing to forgive such type of the people in your life. So I have another point to share with you. Just a minute here. Okay, this is my last slides, and which is based on your uh, thoughts. Please use this link and provide your answer so that we can have a few minute discussion related to this. Please use the link.
Alam, are you hearing me?
Yes, sir.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
It's a good time to talk to you, and it's also good to see you.
Thank you so much. We will
All,
discuss.
all faculty members are there, so no need to ask the question and reply the answer. Everybody is intelligent and they may
No,
understand.
I'm just engaging the audience because listening is sometimes creating a lot of problems. So engagement is very important.
So can you leave so that I can start? And I spent 15 minutes. Today is Friday, so you have to rush to for namaz.
Yes,
I
yes.
also requested the madam that please request Alam. He should leave at 11:50, and I will join, and I'm going to leave them at 12:50.
Okay, so I will leave now. So if you have anyone have any questions, please feel free to ask. Otherwise,
yes, there are two questions from Jafrul Alam and Professor Sahalam. हमें भी दुआओं में याद रखना.
अरे इससे बढ़ के और क्या बात होगी? इससे बढ़ के और क्या बात होगी? हरीश जी ने सब कुछ जोड़ के रख दिया है, तो ये अच्छा लगा सब लोगों को देख के मिलके.
Okay,
And
so thank you very much, Harish sir, for giving this opportunity to interact with you and your colleagues. And thank you very much, Alam bhai, seeing you after a long time. And I hope that you always remember me in prayers. Thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you, sir. Vandana.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful session.
At least you are able to see me after accident, and what I massive accident, 32 stitches on my head, and I'm surviving.
I didn't know about this. Nobody told me.
You are far away, and you don't want to know about us. That is why you don't know about me. Anyway, I'm happy to see you, Alam.
Okay, thank you so much.
Vandana.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful session. I'm sure all the participants present here must have learned a lot from your lecture.
Thank you so much.
The third session for the day has been titled Human Realities and Essentials of Values and Skills for Professional of Higher Education, which will be taken up by Professor Shah Alam. Dr. Shah Alam is currently working as Professor in Psychology in the Department of Psychology. Presently, Professor Shah Alam acts as mentor of International PGD in Guidance and Counseling in Ajmer, NCRT, New Delhi, academic counselor in IGNU and in charge Counseling Center Women's College AMU. He has supervised 9 PhD students and presently 7 research scholars are under his supervision. 3 books on counseling have been published and are recommended by many universities at PG and UG levels. He has developed and published psychological tests on emotional abuse. More than 70 research papers and articles are to his credit. Professor Shah Alam has presented more than 65 research papers at national and international conferences, and many of his research scholars got Best Paper Award. He has been a resource person and keynote speaker in many conferences. He is a member of various academic organizations like IAAP, ISPA, INSPA, APSPA, and a member of board of universities other than AMU, an honorary advisory of private sectors, also a member of the editorial advisory board of journals, and a research reviewer at national and international level. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Professor Shah Alam to please take up the session.
Thank you very much, Vandana. I'm thankful to the organizers, especially Professor Harish Kumar. He was my, batchmate, and we together did PG diploma in educational and vocational guidance from NCRT. And after long time, 4 years back, I met Harish Kumar, and he was heading the Department of Education in his MIT University. So I'm not feeling well. Yesterday I got heat stroke, but anyway, I will try to engage the faculty members. It's very difficult. We speak before the faculty members because we all the faculty members are used to speak, not used to listening others. So please, I'm not delivering any lecture, but I will discuss with you. Second point is that I have slightly changed in the topic given by you. I will talk on enhancing human values through value education. Why I have chosen this topic? Because this new education policy has, focusing, emphasizing on value education. So please uh, take a note on value education. But I will talk a little bit about human values. I think no value for human value. Human value is something more than that, and these are the core values that make our personality and define how we act in our life. Without these values, our life would become chaotic and meaningless. These values are subjective and are developed by culture or personal experience. It is not, a static. It's a subjective one. And but socialization and the socialism strategies are important means through which we learn how to behave within our culture and society. There is the importance of socialization. Nowadays, we have completely forgotten socialization. We are not able to, inculcate socialization process in our children. That is why the government, the elders, the teachers, everybody, they are talking about value. If we act or behave as per norms, custom, traditions approved by the society or the family, it means we are normal human being. Otherwise, uh, we are not considered as a normal. A great, philosopher of 20th century, Martha, he has identified 10 innate human values like truth, beauty, justice, courage, temperance, wisdom, love, uh, equality, modesty, and hope. Uh, we all know that. And these are the values that all human beings should try to uphold. We should try to carry as they go through their daily lives. Nobody can deny that truth is bad, uh, wisdom is bad. But do you think that we are following or not? I think Many of us praise finger on others that you are not good, you are not truth, but they don't consider themselves. Why it is important? Because it provides an understanding of what people find to be important in their lives. So far values are concerned, they are not static and can change depending on context or social situation. In one situation, it may be right. In another situation, in another condition, it may be wrong. It means people have certain set of values uh, for one context, but may have completely different values in another situation and context. But the main human values are honesty. Everybody said we should be honest. Everybody said we should be fair with the students, we should be fair with our jobs, respect. Generally, we say respect others, you will be respected, responsibility, so then caring and citizenship. These human values are the core of any human society and they should be applied every area of life. It is not easy to define human values due to different perspective, but most commonly definition is that human values are perspective or priorities that people use to give meaning to their action and experiences. So this all about the human values. But now I'm going to focus on this national education policy, which focused on value education. Why the government is focusing on this value education? Simply, it means that government has accepted lack of values in society uh, and need of values education in all walks of life, whether it is educational, professional, personal, or social. And this policy document of Government of India defined the purpose of education is to develop good human beings capable of rational thoughts and action. Secondly, possessing compassion and empathy. Nowadays, there is a lack of empathy. Empathy is a big thing, but we also lack of sympathy. Courage and resilience means to teach their students to learn skills to bounce back in odd situation. Then scientific temper and creative imagination and sound ethical moral and values. If we look or see the present political scenario, it is not possible to develop scientific temper, creativity, ethics by saying or by opting our leaders as a role model. In addition to these values, it has also put great emphasis on holistic approach to education. That means exploration is not getting only knowledge, but exploring the things. And that is why these 4 years integrated course have been, introduced by the government. The social science students can opt science subject, the engineering students or the medical students, they can opt social science subject. So it means that the government wants to inculcate the versatile of information within the student. That means if a student want to explore the things, he can opt many subject and strongly consider inclusion of the development of humanistic, ethical, constitutional, and universal human values of truth. That is satya, righteous conduct, uh, dharma. Any dharma may be Islam, Hinduism, Christianity, peace, shanti, non-violence, ahimsa, scientific temperament. That is important. Unless until if you not develop the scientific temperament, we cannot increase the logical, our analytical thinking of the students. And citizen values and life skills as a part of value education. But I think the gist of these values are the inculcating the humanistic approach. Uh, People from psychology background or educational background, they might have read the humanistic approach given by Roger or Maslow, and they said that all human beings are equal, and also our religion and the society, teaches us that all human beings are equal. So if the opportunity given to the all individuals, they will be fully functional. And for example, if you think that abusive or using unparliament language is not good for me, then why we should use for others? The simple philosophy behind this is uh, आपको जो पसंद है वो अपने दूसरों के लिए भी पसंद कीजिए. Further, the policy document further emphasized on integrated approach to education. That means integrating values with main subject, whether the science subject or the art subject or any subject. Then the integration of values is important. It means that if anybody is doing any work, that he should be given value or he should be respected. And lesson related to the service, this is seva bhav, should be inculcated in everyone, and participation in community services programs. This should be considered as integrated part of holistic education. Now, I'm covering fastly because I have to finish around 12, 40, 45. So basically, for your information, for the faculty information, the word value has been is a Latin word that is valor means to work and be strong. So there is no concrete understanding on value because different thinkers have different ideas regarding values. But generally, values are collective conception of what is considered good, desirable, and proper, and a bad, undesirable, and improper in the culture. Means we are focusing on the positive aspects. So why don't we inculcate positive things in our mind? That means, good things, desirable things, proper things should be only considered for that. And values is a belief that something is good and desirable, but it cannot be generalized because of difference in culture, difference in society. Every society, every culture has their own rules, laws, custom, traditions. So it's very difficult to give a concrete definition. But cultures, uh, every culture has a minimum boundary, and being a member of that culture, we have to uh, accept it, we have to follow it. Then why do we need for value education? That is important aspect. Number one, decline values of new generation. Generally we talk about the new generation is not value the elders. They are not understanding me, and the same type of question that's been put on me. Our elders do not understand us. They do not understand our feeling. So there is a big gap between the understanding level of the old people and the young generation, and lack of respect for the elders. This is we can always there is a generation gap. जब हम लोग छोटे थे तो बड़ों के बारे में बात करते थे, आज हम बड़े हो गए हैं तो छोटों के बारे में ये भी यही बात कर रहे हैं. So then crime and corruption is on high side, and decline parental control. This is a big thing. The parents have lost their control on their kids. Take for example the mobile use of mobile. Always, being a counselor and psychologist, I get daily 3 4 calls from the parents that my child is addict to the mobile. Then I used to ask one question: Are you also addict? They said, "No, हम तो बड़े हो गए. I'm doing my job. So why you want to put a restriction on me?" So I said, okay, you are enjoying with your mobile. That the kids they are also mobile, using, enjoying on the mobile. Then crime and corruption is on higher side. Disregard for rules and regulation. Then disrespect of culture and tradition of values. Generally, we are observing, we are watching the TV, and we are seeing the people they have lost the respect for the other culture, other religion, and substance abuse is a big thing. If you see the northeast, Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, the young generation they are hooked in the substance abuse and abuse for women and children, emotional abuse, self-centered. If you ask me why this you know uh, decrease or decline in value education, I will tell only one answer of this question is that people are self-centered. selfish, self-interested, and they don't care of others and forget about the expectation and interest of the others. We become self-centered. Nowadays, we are thinking about ourselves. We are not caring of others. At any cost, we want that our work should be done uh, by forgetting the other people. So basically, if you see the meaning of value education, it leads to the individual to realize his potential, merits and demerits, strength and weakness. Generally, I used to say that if you want to understand yourself, you try to find out your merits and demerits. You try to identify your strength and weakness. What we do that, we don't look at our weak points. If somebody will ask you, tell me about the Harish ji, I will tell you that we can be a good citizen. It also helps to achieve something in life, respect, agreement, prestige, etc. To raise above their narrow and selfish ideas. It helps to develop humanitarian spirit and becomes truly moral. So, if you are we are considering the values, then all these things will happen. And value education, simply referred as a deliberately planned educational aimed at the development of proper attitude, values, emotions, and skills for holistic development of the students or even for the teacher. Then what are the objectives? What are the objectives of values? Number one, guiding life in right direction. If you compare those who are following the values, minimum values, and those who are not, then you will find the those who are following the values, their life is in right direction, otherwise not. I will tell you, if you want to understand the meaning of life, you remember Victor. He was in concentration jail of this Hitler, and he made a plan that when I will come out from this concentration center, I will write a book on life. So set a meaning in life. Then, and this value gives you direction to set meaning in life. Getting humanistic attitude. Okay, I have already discussed the Roger and Maslow approach about the humanistic approach. Understanding significance of life. We ask the question to ourselves why God has set up in the has sent in this world. What is meaning of life? What we are going to do for ourselves? How we are going to contribute for the society? How we are going to contribute for our institution and finally the country? So unless and until if you not think of that, you cannot move into right direction. Then respect for culture, parents, teachers, and nation. In the same way, learn to respect others. I also pointed out if you want to be respected, you respect others. Then establish behavior with good qualities and to enable a student to know what is good or what is bad and enhance ethics to become a responsible citizen. These are the objective of value, education, or you can say objective of value. Then types of values, personal values. It is related to individual itself. It is related to self-care practiced by an individual. For example, self-discipline, punctuality, cleanliness, honesty, integrity, self-confident, sincerity, hard work, accountable, and independence. If we are able to inculcate our personal values, then we can win the race. We can win our objective. We should think that whether we are self-disciplined or not. Generally, uh, we expect from the students or we expect from the others. If you go to the timely go to the class, And if you ask the students that uh, you should be come in time, but if you are late in the class, then how you are going to put this on the students? If you are not punctual, if you are not having if you have not clean yourself, if you are not honest, not accountable for, I'm accountable to myself, so I don't afraid of anybody. I used to go in time in the class and deliver lecture. I'm accountable. I can consider that I'm responsible for my students. But if I'm not accountable to myself, then I cannot expect from the others. The second is social values. That is simply related to the society and community, nation, and the world. And the values for that are tolerance, etiquette, cooperativeness, sympathy, gratitude, hospitality, helpfulness, righteous, belongingness, and brotherhood. These values are, necessary uh, for the social, enhancing social relationship. Then family values related to the family members. It differs from family to family, and nowadays we have more, nuclear family. So it may vary from family to family. But for whether it is joint family or the nuclear family, values are the same, like respect for elders, compassion, love, tolerance, obedience, happiness, empathy, commitment, mutual respect. One thing, if you inculcate mutual respect in the family, then everything will be okay. Mutual respect for each other, for each member of the family. You might have heard one study conducted by a big university, I'm forgetting the name, that they asked the question of their alumni. Harvard University, they conducted a longitudinal, research, and they asked that what is the success and secret of happiness of your life. Everybody replied that maintaining relationship, and you can apply everywhere. If you have good relationship with your parents, good relationship with your wife, with their children, then there is a family, good family life, and you can apply same at your working place. If you have good relation with superiors and subordinates, then on the other side of the coin, if you have bad relation, every day, every moment, you will be under stress and under anxiety. So this mutual respect is very, very important for each one of us. Now, the fourth one is cultural values, that is related to our culture and a culture of others. For example, tolerance, liberty, gentleness, non-violence. These are the for culture. Then democratic values. Uh, we are living in the society or in the country, justice, equality, diversity, truth, uh, rule of law, peace, freedom, human justice, etc. So these are, and then religious values also important. I think those who are religious, they can, should be regarded and are regarded, and respected in the society. Uh, the values for own religion and religion for others, then faith in God, respect of other religion, purity, truth, devotion, forgiveness, and sacrifice. So if you find the list, then NCRT has prepared 83 values for the school students. So it is not necessary that we should follow and all the 83 values, but if you are able to uh, follow minimum 10 values, some from the family, some from the culture, some from the personal, the religious, then uh, we can be regarded as a good citizen of our country. So I want to focus on that. Many commissions and policy framed are emphasized on value education after independence, like University Education Commission. It was constituted in 1948, then Secondary School Commission 1952, Commission for Religious and Moral Education 1959, Emotional Integration Commission 1959, Kothari Commission 1964, New Education Policy during Rajiv Gandhi regime 1986, National Curriculum Framework 1998, and National Education Policy 2020. So sources of fostering value, I think this one is last, the slide for me. And number one, parents. क्या parents value education दे रहे हैं या नहीं? Generally, we consider that parents are the first, school of any children. Particularly, mother is considered the first school for the children to inculcate value education. One study, this is the BBC News, they pointed out that most parents lie to their children. ज्यादातर पेरेंट्स अपने बच्चों से झूठ बोलते हैं. Can we put ourselves in that category? छोटे छोटे बातों के लिए बहाना मारते हैं और झूठ बोलते हैं. And the students or the children are very, very intelligent. They are keen observers. वो एक एक चीज को ऑब्जर्व करते रहते हैं और उनको पता होता है कि झूठ बोलते हैं. सिंस दे आर डिपेंडेंट ऑन अस, सो वो रिवील उस चीज को नहीं करते. और उन्होंने ये पॉइंट आउट किया that the parents, they generally tell a lie, false promises to buy things, number one. Number two, 1 out of 4 lies about kids. Okay, so these are the things. If you read Freud or Piaget, then you'll find that this 3 to 7 years age group of children is very, very important to inculcate the value. Generally, what happens nowadays, parents ज्यादातर वो जॉब में हैं और they do not care their children. बहुत सारे पेरेंट्स तो 8 घंटा 10 घंटा के बाद देखते हैं. तो क्या वो वैल्यू एजुकेशन इनकलकेट कर रहे हैं? नहीं कर रहे हैं. Then the second, वैल्यू एजुकेशन कर रहे हैं. आजकल तो टीचर के ऊपर प्राइमरी सेकेंडरी सीनियर सेकेंडरी में इतना लोड दे दिया गया है कि वो भी जो है नहीं सिखा सकते. इतना लोड है कि वो क्या वैल्यू. now this schooling is a lucrative business for everyone, so they are focusing on their job, not focusing. अगर आप याद करिए हम लोगों के टाइम में तो टीचर जो होता था कितना बड़ा रोल मॉडल होता था. देन मीडिया, सोशल मीडिया किस तरह का न्यूज फैला रहा है, किस तरह की बातें कर रहा है. And the small kids, 7, 8, 9 years kids, they are exposed to the social media. They have mobile in their hand and they know how to operate the this social media. They used to see, they are exposed to that, so they also learn from there. Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, so many. तो अब पता नहीं, हम लोगों को तो नहीं पता होगा, लेकिन बाकी लोगों को वो पता है, बच्चों को वो करते हैं. Now the government, पहले आप याद कीजिए 60-70 साल पहले जो लीडर्स होते थे वो जो है हमारे लिए एक आइडियल होते थे. उनसे चीजें देख के सीखते थे, लाइक लाल बहादुर शास्त्री एंड अदर पीपल. बट नाउ डेज द बिग लीडर्स, दे ऑलवेज mislead the gathering. They have their own agenda. So every leader, कोई भी लीडर हो आजकल वो हमारे लिए रोल मॉडल नहीं हो पा रहा है. बिकॉज देयर प्रायोरिटी इज डिफरेंट. एंड 60-70 साल के जो पहले जो लीडर थे उनकी प्रायोरिटी दूसरी थी. नाउ द आइडियल्स, द हीरोज, रिमेम्बर दिलीप कुमार. हम लोग कहते थे कि दिलीप कुमार की उर्दू कितनी अच्छी है, चलो सुनते हैं. फला की इंग्लिश कितनी अच्छी है, हिंदी कितनी अच्छी है, उनको सुनते हैं. लेकिन आजकल के लीडर वो हीरोज एंड हीरोइंस को देख लीजिए, कौन उनको रोल मॉडल बनाएगा. But I think religion is very, very important. If really we are following religion, if we are religious people, then we can make our religious leaders as our role model, and we can take some values from them, like Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Lord Rama, Jesus Christ. These people, इनमें तो कोई गलती कोई निकाल नहीं सकता है ना, तो उनके वैल्यूज को अगर लिया जाए, कोई भी नहीं कह सकता है कि ये जो ग्रेट रिलीजियस लीडर्स थे उन्होंने कभी झूठ बोला या कभी किसी को चीट किया या कभी जो किसी को धोखा दिया है या किसी के साथ अनजस्टिस किया है। जितने वैल्यूज चाहे एनसीईआरटी का दिया हुआ हो, सोशल वैल्यूज हो, इंडिविजुअल वैल्यूज हो, रिलीजियस वैल्यूज हो या फैमिली वैल्यूज हो, वो सब चीजें उनमें पाई जाती हैं। तो एक अगर हम किसी को ले लें अपने जिस रिलीजन को हम फॉलो करते हैं उनमें अगर ये देखें तो वो हमारे लिए रोल मॉडल हो सकते हैं। So I can say that values do not exist in vacuum. They come out of the beliefs we hold about the world. So I think I have completed my talk due to Friday prayer. If anybody wants to give some suggestion, anybody want to enhance my knowledge, still we have 10 minutes more. जैसे मैंने पहले ही कहा था कि टीचर के सामने लेक्चर देना आसान काम नहीं है, मैं लेक्चर नहीं दूंगा। आई विल ट्राई टू लर्न समथिंग फ्रॉम यू पीपल। सो 10 मिनट्स है हमारे पास, अभी तो 12:30 हो गया, अब 12:40 तक 12:40 तक।
Sir, here I would like to add one thing, as you were telling very good things about the role models like that. So my teachers were the role models, because that time the teacher, those who were my teachers, they have taught even my parents. In the same time, in this time also, there is in our national policy on education that teachers would be recruited from the rural areas after giving them the scholarship, and they would be appointed in their villages only, so that the new generation will learn from them and they can accept them as a role model. So this was the role model. You see, you too may be having some role models in your life, like we were in NCRT. So there may be are many role models, but definitely some were biased. We consider some were not that much role model, but yes, if you are doing good things, definitely you can become the good role models like that.
Harish ji, now it is completely individualistic approach. But generally, you might have experience in your institutions. I'm experiencing, we have 1,200 teachers. I'm experiencing in Aligarh on one parameter, how many teachers are going to their respective class in time. So I found that, but I'm teaching here last 27 years. I'm finding that very few teachers, they reach in time. And they started to scold their students if their students is 10 minutes late. But teacher itself is reaching 10 minutes late. Number one, sir. Regarding primary, generally these values are inculcated at primary and secondary level. मैंने थोड़ा सा आपको फ्राइड और प्याजे की बात कही थी। फ्राइडे का जो है सेकंड स्टेज जो है, आप देखिए कि उसी में जो चीज आप भर देते हैं वो बातें रह जाती हैं। प्याजे का भी वही कहना था। हम मान के चलते हैं कि 4 साल से लेके 7-8 साल तक की वो चीजें हो जाती हैं। तो वो प्राइमरी स्कूल का टीचर जो है, आप चले जाइए सर हरीश जी, यूपी और बिहार में। मैंने तो थोड़ा बहुत रिसर्च इस पे किया है, सर्वे किया है, हरियाणा में किया है, एनसीईआरटी में, आप जानते होंगे रस साहब के साथ मिलके। 4 टीचर जिस स्कूल में थे, तो हेडमास्टर तो मीटिंग में रहता था, एक टीचर तो जाता था मिड डे मील का सामान खरीद के लाने, एक जो है रिकॉर्ड मेंटेन करता था, और एक ही टीचर बैठा के 5 क्लास को पढ़ा रहा है। नंबर 1 बात सर, मैंने देखा है कि आप अपने टाइम की जो बात कर रहे हैं हरीश जी, तो टीचर को दूर के देख के भी हम लोग भाग जाते थे, छुप जाते थे। अब टीचर ही जो है वो जाता है लेट, बैठता है। कोई टीचर सर ऐसा कहता है कि इस कम्युनिटी को पढ़ाने से क्या फायदा है। मैं बहुत दूर की बात आपको बता रहा हूँ। अब वो ठीक है कि वो भी जो है, जो आप कह रहे हैं कि प्राइमरी उसी गांव का टीचर जाके पढ़ाएगा, वो भी एक मॉडल जो है फेल हो जा रहा है। प्रधान जी से मिलके आधा पैसा खिला रहा है और आधे टाइम के लिए जा रहा है। तो ये बिल्कुल इंडिविजुअल है। जब तक हम अपने को अकाउंटेबल सर नहीं समझेंगे, सो ये मुश्किल हो जाता है कि हम दूसरे को क्या कहें। आवाज नहीं, अनम्यूट कर लीजिए अपने आप।
Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir, for enlightening us. And definitely, whatever I was having in my mind and whatever I had experienced in my pre-ages, so I have shared. But in NEP 2020 also, they have mentioned this clause that after giving them a scholarship, those who are talented, they would be appointed as a teacher and in their native places only, so that the generation of that village can accept them as a role model like that. Yeah, like we call Munshi Premchand like a role model for many. So yes, Jafrul Alam sir. Yeah, one question from Jafrul Alam sir.
Thank you very much, Salam Bhai, for enlightening and providing a lot of information how to maintain value in the academic institution. As you mentioned that one parameter, that teacher is coming late, how he will become a role model in the class. Please, we have to bifurcate here two sectors, public sector as well as the private sector. In public sector, you are going based on your job security, you are doing whatever you want. But we are in the private sector, we are used to go 10 minutes before, 10 minutes early in the class and leaving the class 10 minutes after. So in spite of that, this is not the, we can say, the parameter to consider to have a value or consider as a role model. It depends on where you are working and what is your insight, introspect yourself, how we can maintain the value among ourselves. This we can bifurcate by keeping in mind the two things, public sector as well as the private sector.
You are 100% correct. And I pointed out that I am sharing my own experiences. It means that I am working in public sector, not in private sector. I know the work culture of yours and Harishji. Used to go at 8 and come back at 5. But here, I'm in the government universities, no responsibility. You are 100% right. कि आप 8 बजे जाते हो, 5 बजे लौटते हो। यहाँ जो है 9 बजे से क्लास है तो 9-10 पे जाएगा और 11 बजे छूट के आ जाएगा. You are also product of this university, and you do agree with me. You have only few teachers. Can I name these teachers? They used to go in time, but there are so many teachers. They don't used to go down in the time. So, वो जो 25 साल में अलार्म जो चेंज आया उसकी बात मैं कर रहा हूँ. हमारे टाइम में we had 65% attendance compulsory, but now it is 0%. But always I'm talking about self. If you are accountable to your job, I use the word accountable. अगर आप अपने accountable अपने आप को मानते हैं, then it's fine. Otherwise, nobody is going to ask. So there is a big gap between private and public universities. अब वहां तो अपना पंचिंग जो है 10 मिनट पहले जाके लगाई है, यहाँ तो कोई पंचिंग ही नहीं है. So it cannot be generalized. I said that it is individualistic. अगर हम चाहते हैं कि contribute करना, it's fine. Otherwise, तो जैसे चल रहा है चलता रहेगा. So can I leave, sir?
Thank you so much.
हरीश जी. हरीश जी अनम्यूट कर लीजिए.
Yes sir, एक second. Yes sir, it's good sir. Yeah.
So thank you very much for inviting me, and next time maybe more friends will come on a screen and you will see each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful thoughts. It was really a very wonderful session. We learned a lot. I would like to invite our program coordinator, Dr. Manoj Mathur, sir, for the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Sonal. A very good afternoon to all esteemed guests. On the behalf of our founder, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, who is always the source of motivation for us, and our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan sir, who is a great dynamic leader, and our Vice Chancellor, ma'am, Dr. Balvinder Shukla, who is the source of inspiration for all Amitians, and Director IBAS, Dr. Harish Kumar Tyagi sir, and Professor Dr. Tariji Dungal, Head of the Department of Behavioral Science. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guest. Our first speaker, Professor Vandana Singh, who talked about the student engagement with ethical issues and share their valuable thoughts here, and we are enlightened with the same. I would like to thank Professor Jafrul Alam, who talked about knowing self to enhance integrity and ethical behavior. Thank you, sir, for sharing very precious and relevant informations. And I would also like to thank Professor Saha Alam, who talked about human values in higher educations. And every guest presence today in the faculty development program has emotionally enhanced its importance. Sir, your session really was very influential and informative. And thank you so much for all the valuable informations. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Jafrul Alam, sir. It was a very good session conducted by both of you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Harish, sir.
Yes, if you have anything, any questions, etc., you can give in the answer in the next session,
Right.
or you can close the session. Yeah. 10 minutes before we can close, we can give them 10 minutes lunch break extra. And
Right, sir.
thank you, Shalam sir. Thanks a lot that you have accepted our invitation, and you came timely, and you have given your good thoughts on this value education, higher education. We have more expectations in future also, because Aligarh Muslim University is a well-known figure, or well-known organizations at the national as well as international level. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much,
Thank
sir.
you. So I request all the participants to take rest now, and please join at 1:30, because there is a very important session and Dr. Neha Gupta ma'am is going to conduct these sessions. So please join till 1:30 positively. We'll start the session on time. Thank you so much, all the participants. And now I would request to IT people to play the video. Mobin sir.
Abban,
Mobin sir, please play the video.
आउट कैसे होंगे यार? अभी चल ही रहा है ये। आउट कैसे होंगे?
Mobin sir.
Yes, sir.
Please play the video.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay.
Then that will
I think all of us have joined the session. So before starting this session, I would like to introduce our next speaker of this session. So with the permission of directors, I would like to start the session. Harish sir and Taranjit ma'am, may I start the session for this the end session of the day? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Academic Staff College, I'm delighted to welcome you all to this fifth day of 5 days online professional development program on the topic of cultivation, academic integrity, and working professionals under Guru Dakshita Faculty Induction Program. Now, in this session, we will be having our two eminent speakers. First session will be chaired up by Dr. Neha Gupta, ma'am. Her topic will be maintaining digital integrity in academics, and second session will be chaired up by Dr. Priya ma'am from Mexico, and ma'am session will be on the role of leadership in inculcating ethical behaviors in the workplace. So may I request Ms. Mahima to please carry forward the session to invite our next speaker of the day, Dr. Neha Gupta ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Integrity gives you real freedom because you have nothing to fear since you have nothing to hide. Continuing with the program, we have with us Dr. Neha Gupta, ma'am, Assistant Professor, Amity Institute of Behavioral and Allied Sciences, to enlighten us about maintaining digital integrity in academics. Dr. Neha, ma'am, she is a meritorious teacher educator, currently working as Assistant Professor at IBAS Amity University, Noida. She has 6 years teaching experience of teaching students of MEd, BEd, BLEd, and DLEd, and 9 months postdoctorate research experience as project consultant at NCERT. She has obtained her doctorate degree in the field of learning disabilities, inclusive education from Dayal Deemed University, Agra. Academically, she is an alumna of University of Delhi and Dayal Deemed University. She is a director, medal holder of MEd and second rank holder of Delhi, University of Delhi. She has 30 publications in her bucket, published in various books and journals of national repute, Journal of Rehabilitation of India from RCI, Journal of Indian Education from NCERT, and so on. She has been an active resource person in various workshops and seminars on varied domains like ICT, online tools, puppetry, inclusive education, etc. She is actively engaged in developing e-content for different portals. She's also done online course on action research along with various other online courses from SWAYAM, 21 days orientation program of University Grants Commission, along with number of conferences and seminars. She has a good working knowledge of various online tools, SPSS, Google Classrooms, MS Teams, and many more, and applications used for teaching learning process. Ma'am, we welcome you to the event.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mahima, for giving a wonderful and a sweet introduction of me to the audience. So on the very onset of my deliberation on the topic, first of all, I would like to give a thank you note to the program director of this 5 days PDP, to the Professor Taranjeet Duggal ma'am and Professor Harish Kumar sir for giving me this chance to deliberate on the topic, which I believe is the most talked topic of today's scenario. Sushma ma'am, I'm sharing my screen. Please do let me know if it is on share or not. Is it visible, ma'am? Yes, ma'am, it is visible. Thank you so much for confirming, ma'am. So the topic which is given to me for the today's deliberation as a part of this 5 days PDP is maintaining digital integrity in academics. I believe many of the eminent speakers in these 5 days, they have deliberated a lot on plagiarism, academic integrity, research integrity. And I am 100% sure there is nothing left to talk about plagiarism, academic integrity, and research integrity. So that is why the topic that I've selected is to talk about different aspect of integrity, which we often deal with in our everyday's life. As Ms. Maima was also talking about, if we have integrity, we don't have to hide anything. We have to be just real as the way we are. So this is why this the selection of the topic was made for this online PDP. This digital integrity, when we talk about in the field of academics, when we talk about this particular thing, we often quote number of documents, which being an academician, being a teacher educator, we always quote, we always talk about. And one of the most shared document, eminent document, I must say, in today's academics is NEP 2020, which focuses on 21st century skills. Needless to say, there are basically 4 C's when we talk about 21st century skills: creativity, critical thinking, communication, and collaboration. But apart from these four basic 21st century skills, there are other aspects of a person, of an individual also, which can make him or her grow or succeed in this 21st century. So I'll be talking about those 21st century basic factors, which I believe, apart from having 4 C's, developing and acquiring those skills in our personality, we should focus on. It starts from the very first factor, which is character, and which I must say, it is the basic essence of this 5 days PDP. This is why the topic has been selected for this PDP as cultivating integrity, academic integrity in a working professional. So nothing but integrity is related to your character. It is not only character, it is your behavior as well. If we have a positive attitude, if we have a positive mindset, if we have a collaborating behavior, if we have a positive mindset, then definitely it will help us to succeed anywhere and everywhere. Needless to say, being a student, I must believe audience is consisting of number of research scholars and faculty members. So many of us are in the teaching, and many of us are preparing ourselves to be a teacher. So character, nothing is much more important than the behavior, than the mindset that you have while you enter in any profession. Being an academician, our main focus is education, the teaching. But apart from the teaching profession, in any other profession that you enter, the very first desirable attribute is your character, is your behavior, which comprises of your positive mindset as well. The second important perspective and the factor for 21st century skill or the success is your skill. That is why in the beginning of this particular thing, I started with 21st century skills. These are the skills which are useful for changing an individual into a working professional. For example, if for example, me as a person, I'm pursuing research, then definitely before entering into the field of research in any field, in education, in medical or anywhere else, I need to have certain skill which can help me out to be a successful researcher. For example, the basic skill that being a researcher I must have is in the quest to search something, because this is what research says. It is nothing but searching something, again, is research. So this is a skill, this is a thing that is required for a researcher to proceed. Definitely for any working profession, it is a certain skill set which is again required to succeed in that particular profession. So this is how it becomes the second important factor for nowadays, for today's 21st century skill. The third place is of knowledge. It is, again, I must say, these are not chronologically arranged or any sequence, but if you don't have knowledge, you doesn't matter how much skilled you are, you know all the different technological platform, you have all that information. But if you don't know what to speak, rather you know how to speak. Being a teacher, I guess Miss Mahima must be knowing it, being a pupil teacher or a BA intern, she must be knowing it. If you will enter inside the classroom, if you know what to teach but you do not know how to teach, definitely you will not be 100% successful teacher. Vice versa, if I say I know how to teach but I don't know what to teach, it makes a difference. So that is why if you have a skilled mindset, along with that you need to have a knowledge of whatever profession you are into. So this is how these three factors, apart from those 21st century skills, we require to succeed in 21st century. The basic aim of this PDP was to talk about integrity. Integrity is nothing but related factor related to your character, your behavior. This is how integrity becomes important. I believe integrity must have been talked in different sessions, being this is the last day of the PDP, but just to talk about integrity, it is a combination of these most important, I must say, the desired behavioral traits in an individual. This is honesty, truthfulness, and accuracy. If you have integrity, these are the three parameters that are often used to find out whether you have the academic integrity, research integrity, or any other kind of integrity. So honesty, truthfulness, and accuracy. So the topic of my deliberation is digital integrity, which I tried to mold it into an equation, which is integrity in digital world is digital integrity. We are talking about integrity in different scenarios, in academics, in research, and other factors in other domains. But when we talk about integrity in digital world, it becomes digital integrity. Before going ahead, about the digital integrity, how is it and how to maintain it, I would like to post a question to everyone here. What is your biggest fear when you talk about digital platforms or digital world? I would like to have the answers from the audience. What is the biggest fear? And I believe this is the fear which everyone, we face in everyday's life, in everyday's affairs, in anything that we do, right from the very first blink of our eye to the last blink of the day. We always have this fear. So I would like to know what is that biggest fear that we have the related to our daily life. I have one answer. People copying our work, article, or morphing images. Yes, definitely, Ms. Sugan, sorry. So, anyone else, if you would like to answer, I'll
Ma'am,
wait.
may I?
Yeah, sure, Ms. Mahima, go on.
Ma'am, in my opinion, I think the fear that what would anybody say about anything we do for that matter, the fear of being judged and to be constantly questioned on what we do, I think is one of the major fears that each one of us holds at any point in our lives for that matter, irrespective of the age or the designation we hold.
True. The second answer that I've received as the text is again the first one that I've already read. It is the pupil copying our work, article, or morphing images. I believe the answer is coming from the research background, because being a researcher, being the researcher, and also being not only a PhD scholar but a researcher throughout the life, it is the major fear that anyone should not copy your work or article or morph any image. The second fear that Ms. Mahima shared was the fear of being judged. When we talk about the digital thing, okay, I have received one more answer, which is the misuse of any information available. And yes, this is the biggest fear, I must say, when we talk about the fear and the scenario in digital platform nowadays. We share number of things out here. Since Ms. Maima is here in front of me, who can easily connect with the posts that she used to share on any of her social media platforms. So we share XYZ on XYZ platforms, we share. But apart from that, after sharing or while sharing, we have just one fear. Maybe possible someone will misuse my information, my image, my video, anything. So this is the fear that we relate with the digital part of the nowadays scenario. This is what is digital integrity. So digital integrity is nothing but integrity which is related to digital world is digital integrity. It is not only the respecting the things, respecting and safeguarding users' privacy, ensuring the secure handling of sensitive data, and being transparent about data collection and usage practices. Since many of the PhD scholars are here, so they can easily understand when we talk about the data collection, data analysis, our interpretation, our suggestions, and also sharing our findings to the masses, it becomes an issue that your findings, your research work, your statistical techniques, or your way of doing research should not be copied by anyone. This is why digital integrity comes into play. When we are looking for an integrity in academic section and in the field, in the time when we are 100%, I must say 200% bank upon the digital platform. Even if we are publishing anything, if we are looking for publishing of a research paper or article on any platform, we should believe and we should practice digital integrity. Apart from having some research ethics, apart from having some research guidelines, one of the research ethics is again the digital integrity, or that integrity which you have to maintain on digital platform. So this is nothing but it is respecting and safeguarding, respecting the others' privacy, others' domain of their life, also safeguarding and protecting our own rights, information, and the other things. When we talk about the principles of digital integrity, like when we say whether one person should be digital integrity, definitely the answer would come yes. But how you will maintain that digital integrity, what are those factors on which you can easily evaluate yourself whether I am a digitally integrated person or not? Do I have that digital integrity in myself or not? So there are four parameters which I think are they can act as principles of digital integrity. The very first thing which is start from accuracy. If you yourself will be practicing digital integrity, definitely somewhere or the other, you will expect the same from the masses. So being a person having digital integrity, the very first thing that a user or that a person should have is accuracy. Since all of us are academicians here, so everyone must be knowing, being an academician, we have to create our profile on different platforms like on Vidwan, on other UGC acquired platforms for job or for uploading our research documents or uploading our academic credentials and all. So the very first thing of having and practicing digital integrity is your accuracy. Whatever information you are providing, it should be 100% accurate. And this is again which we believe and we expect from our students as well. So before asking from our students to be 100% accurate, we should practice it by ourselves to be 100% accurate in any and every information provided on digital platforms. Here, when we are talking about the accuracy, this accuracy is not only related to providing 100% accurate information on the paper, because it is digital thing. So anything and everything uploaded on the electronic platform, it is digital integrity. It is again not uploading your credentials, academic credential on any platform, but also maintaining accuracy in any of the account that you are making. Also includes the social media platforms as well. I'll be talking about that later on. So the second principle of digital integrity is completeness. If, for example, being the research scholar, many of us would be knowing it, I have to quote one research reference that I have used in chapter 2 the research articles or research papers. I have to give the perfect and complete reference, which is part of avoiding plagiarism. So for example, if I've taken one reference from a journal which is published electronically, so many a times what we do, we just write the name of the author, then the year and name of the article, name of the journal. We often just neglect this name of the journal, saying that we have retrieved it from, this is the way of writing a research. I hope everyone must be knowing it. So this is how we write retrieved from the link. But apart from retrieve from the link, we also have some other information which can directly take a reader like me to that particular reference that I have quoted. This is just an example of completeness of the data or the information in digital integrity. Whatever you are giving, whatever information you are giving, you have to be 100% accurate and it should be complete in all sense. Many a times, just an example, many a times, many of the students, what they do while seeking admission in any course or anywhere, they just write the overall or the consolidated percentage of their academics. This is not again complete. If you have scored less than any desired marks, then you should have to write it and mention it. This is what is being related to completeness of the data in terms of digital integrity. Third thing is transparency, and this is the beauty of digital era and digital world. Everything is transparent. Just a click away, you can click an image, a profile, a link, and you can easily verify the image or the data or the information uploaded on the digital platform. So I must believe transparency is the factor that we should always keep in mind to find out and to believe that yes, it should be accurate and it should be complete. At the end, the last principle is accountability. Whatever, if I have uploaded while making resume or any other thing, any other official document, we always write, I am responsible for whatever I'm writing. Whatever credentials I'm supplying, I'm responsible for all those credentials or information of being right or wrong. If I have given the wrong information, I will be responsible. So this is what is accountability. These are the principles which we should practice being a person, not specifically related to any profession, that how you will practice and how you will integrate this digital integrity into your behavior. But now the question comes is, how will you maintain this digital integrity? What is that particular thing in which you have to just initiate maintaining the digital integrity? Because we are talking about completeness, we are talking about accuracy, we are talking about transparency. So number of things can be there to make it complete, to make it accurate, to make it transparent. But what is that initial thing in which you have to start practicing the digital integrity? For this, I would like to give you a situation on the basis of which you will have to answer me, and that will take you to the question that I'm asking. Imagine Abhi, Miss Mahima introduced me as a Dr. Neha Gupta working in IBAS Amit University. This is what she said. And thank you very much, Miss Mahima. When I was reading out the brochure or the poster share, you have paid me professor. Thank you so much, but I'm not a professor yet, but let it be. So imagine that whosoever is listening out me here, you want to know whether I actually work in IBAS Amit University or not. It may be possible that though I am not of that age that I have been retired, but let's say maybe possible I have been retired from that particular institute, or maybe possible right now I'm not working, or this is true that I'm working there. These are the three conditions, or these are the three, you may say, the options that can come to your mind. Now my question is, how will you find out whether I'm actually working at IBAS Amity University? How will you find out that thing that yes, the information provided to you here on digital platform. Zoom is a digital platform and we are connected using digital platform only. So how will you ensure that the information provided just for me as a part of my introduction is correct and it is 100% accurate? How will you find out that? Anyone? Anyone? Yes, I have. Okay. Very smart answer and a very quick answer. The LinkedIn profile. Yes, the very, I must say, the most obvious thing that you will go to my LinkedIn profile. Okay. What else? Can you check to find out whether the information provided just related to my introduction, was it right or not? Apart from LinkedIn profile.
Ma'am, maybe contact the department you're working in.
Yes.
The department you claim to be working in. Since we do not know the authenticity of the information provided, then maybe we'll contact the concerned department.
Okay, you will contact the all the listed, you may say all the listed institutions or the places where whatever have been written there. Yes. Second answer is check university's website. Exactly. So I have now three answers. One is LinkedIn profile. Second is to check the university website or the places or all those institutions in which I've worked. And the third is you will directly contact the institution or the university or the places, right? All these things, they are the different parameters that will help you out to find out the information or the authenticity of the information provided for just related to my introduction. All those things that you will check, all those things, profiles, social media accounts or links or anything that you want to check, they all make a part of digital integrity. These are the things which can make you and which can give you the hint of 100% accuracy and 100% completeness in my digital profile. This is known as digital identity. The factor which we relate to our digital integrity, the first step, the first impediment, I must say, the first step on which you can practice your digital integrity is your digital identity. If you will go to my LinkedIn profile, this is my digital identity. If you will go to the university or the institute website, this is my digital identity. So the very first step to maintaining this digital integrity in the academics and also in the personal domain, because not only the academics, we create our digital identity and we create our different digital platforms for our own personal growth as well. So needless to relate it with only academics, it is open for everything and anything which is related to an individual. So this is nothing but the digital identity. Digital identity is nothing but whatever we create online related to ourselves is our digital identity. The way this is similar way as the way we relate ourselves as an identity related to our gender, related to our caste, related to our religion and XYZ things. So this is just one-to-one relationship between a human and his or her digital presence. If you will go to my LinkedIn profile or any social media profile, this is my presence on that particular social media. If you will go to LinkedIn profile, this is how, if you will just Google my name and you will have to go on LinkedIn profile, then you will come to know this is my digital presence. Whatever profiles have been created on XYZ social media or any digital platform, it is just a relationship between a human who is again obviously existing in the world and his or her digital presence. This is what is digital identity. When we talk about what all come as a part of digital identity, they are related to the elements of digital identity. First starts with your personal data. Anything which is related to your personal profile is your personal data, which comes as a first part of your digital identity. Your name, your date of birth, your residence address, your city, and other things which make you present digital. Here, I must say, few platforms require more information than others, and this is quite evident while you are using anything on digital platform. But few platforms which are basically related only are focused on social media or social interaction. The information required by a social media platform definitely will be different by a platform, or the information required by an academic digital platform. So the very first thing is the personal data, which is associated with your profile, which will include your image as well, which will include your display picture as well, and which we call as DP. The second thing is information published on internet, which I have published. On when we create a LinkedIn profile, we write our name, we write where we already work and where we are working. That is why LinkedIn this LinkedIn gives us this option whether you are working here currently or not. Just a single click, LinkedIn will show it to the world that you are working here. You are still working in a particular organization. It will again ask you, you will publish on any XYZ portal that you have passed your graduation from this university in this year, if required with this percentage, and if not required, it doesn't matter. So all those information that you are publishing on the internet, whether you are uploading it consciously or unconsciously, they become your digital identity. Anything that, for example, while using Facebook earlier, this was the option that if you are uploading or changing your DP or the display picture, earlier there was a by default setting that you cannot hide it from the public, but nowadays you can hide it from the public. So again, that DP on your Facebook, now you can change it. Now if you do not want to change it, it becomes your digital identity. Again, if you want to show your date of birth to the masses, to the public, you can show it. Otherwise, you have just given it. Many a times we understand and we feel that we have given our date of birth on the Facebook and also the phone number on the contact number, but we can hide it from the public. So it is not visible to anyone. No. Yes, it is not visible to the public on the platform, but it is our digital identity. Anyone can trace with that particular date of birth or with the number that I have given anywhere on any digital platform. So the second element which digital identity talks about is the information which is published on internet by a person or by a user himself or herself. The third element is information that others publish about an individual. Can you give me an example that can relate to this point? Information that others publish about an individual. Anyone?
Ma'am, may I?
Yeah, sure.
The moment you said this point, one thing that struck me was the information that is put up by about actors and other famous celebrities on Wikipedia or other platforms related to their lives. So this is one thing that other people do it because the actors do not do it themselves.
They post, someone else posts anything about anyone. Okay,
Yes,
and one more answer. When we give book reviews on Amazon, yes, and since you have written this answer, when we give book reviews on Amazon, it is opening number of answers whenever we give review about anyone. Like for example, you give to any you go to any platform or anything you buy, or for any reviews, if you want to write it down, again this will come as a part of it. The other thing which can directly relate to here is your recommendations on which you ask on LinkedIn. Sorry. So what you do is, while creating your LinkedIn profile, there's an option for asking recommendation from the person that with whom you have already worked, right? So recommendations will be written by someone else about you. If, for example, Miss Mahima is my student, so if she would be asking recommendation from me on her LinkedIn profile, I'll be writing something about her. And it is my choice to write a good thing or bad thing about her. That is a different thing. I should be very 100% accurate as well, again, for writing anything and everything on the digital platform or anywhere, I must say, right? So when we talk about the LinkedIn thing, recommendations that we ask, again, the offline version of this information that others publish about an individual is when, for example, you are going somewhere and many of the students, they come to us writing recommendations for them since they have to go for some foreign university for admissions. So they always ask, like, in which university you were studying for which particular year and how was your academic performance. The moment a professor publishes online or offline in any version that the particular student was very good in academics or she was very active in co-curricular activities and was a good leader and everything, this means that you have to have 100% authenticity while writing that particular information, because it is not about you. If you're talking about yourself, the fourth element, fourth principle will come into play, that you are accountable. But you're not writing about yourself, you're writing about someone else. So whatever you are receiving information from others come as a part of element of digital identity. I received one more answer which says any pictures, updates, posts, recommendation and text, exactly that we publish about others. So whatever someone else publish or writes about us becomes our digital identity. Doesn't matter, needless to say, in this world, again, in this world also, when we are talking about freedom of the speech or freedom of expression, somewhere or the other we believe on what one person is speaking and talking about the other. So this is how it becomes your digital identity portion. The fourth element of digital identity when we talk about is traces or track of online presence. And I believe this everyone feels it, and everyone has this particular experience in day-to-day life. The perfect example of it is, for example, if you're buying something, if you want to buy, you're not buying, you're not in the mood to buy anything. For example, if you want to buy a laptop, since laptop is in front of me, so I can directly take the example of laptop. So if you want to buy a laptop, the other situation, but you are just thinking to find out which particular company's laptop is very good, what are the price range of different laptops, or what are the different trends in the laptop, how is it operating system and all. The moment you will just write or serve the details of laptop on any online shopping application, it will come everywhere. You will think, oh my god, Google is so smart that I was only thinking, I'm not at all in the mood to buy that. I was only thinking to buy, okay, what are the different trends going on in laptop scene. You will have all those options on your Facebook profile, on your social media, Insta, everywhere you will have those options which will tempt you to buy this. They will offer you, Google is so smart, and many a times it becomes very helpful. It gives you number of options. Okay, you want to buy, you are thinking to buy, but let's buy it. You can buy this as well. This has this much discount, and you can have this discount from other platform and all. So all those traces of online presence that you made consciously or unconsciously. Many a times what we do, we find while surfing on while using any social media, what we do, we just click on any link to just check whether what are those photos uploaded by any celebrity or XYZ. So all that online presence that you have done, traces, tracks, they become your digital identity somewhere or the other. I think I have one statement. It is not a question, also it is not an answer, but it also leads to impulsive and unnecessary shopping. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. I was only thinking to buy it. In my example, I was not interested to buy it. I was only thinking just to check what are the different patterns and trends going on in laptop. If I do not know what are the things, what are the different companies coming up in making laptops or different things, but they will tempt just with this tag, just with this view. I searched about the varieties of the trends of laptops available. So all those social media platforms, they will track your presence, online presence, in terms of you just clicking, you just wrote it or you just Googled it, the different varieties of laptop. So that particular shopping thing will definitely will come from everywhere that you have to buy. And yes, it creates and it number of time it makes us to buy something which we do not require, and also which we buy something which is very lucrative in just first presence, but it is not. So yes, I 100% agree with Ms. Sughan. It also leads to impulsive and unnecessary shopping. 100% without any doubt, yes, it leads to impulsive and unnecessary shopping. So I just mean to say Everything and anything which you made consciously or unconsciously becomes your digital identity. So to maintain your digital identity or to have your digital integrity in your digital identity, you have to have work on all these four aspects. You have to be integrated, you have to be very ethical and accurate in providing your personal data, your information that others have published about you, and your tracks. Also, you have to be, again, in the slide where I was talking about digital integrity, it was written, it is not only respecting others information, but it is also safeguarding our information. So we should not be blind that we have to share very integrity. We are 100% honest person that I have to share everything. Yes, be honest to share all the information, but be smart enough to hide it from the person or from the platforms which are not at all useful and which are fake enough. So this is how we talk about the digital identity, and which comprises of different things. Apart from it, how we are identified on digital platform, they become our digital identifiers. I have given in the earlier slide, I was talking about the different elements of digital identity which combine to make you as a digital identity person. But there are other factors again which make your presence as the digital identifiers. So whatever we were discussing about our date of birth or anything, they are considered as your digital identifiers. Basically, there are two type of digital identifier. One is your professional or institutional identifier, which is related to your whatever profession you are into, and other one is private identifier, which you are using, which you are making, and which you are creating for your own personal use. Since everyone working in an official setting and organization, we have our official email IDs separated by our personal email IDs. So that official email ID will come as a part of professional or institutional identifier, and the personal email ID which we use for our shopping, for our bill payments, and for our creating our own personal profile, we use it as private identifiers. So both kind of identifiers, somewhere you have to merge it. For example, if being a researcher, if you have to find out your ratings, and if you have to find out your citations, so you have to combine both of these identifiers. Somewhere, if for example, if being a researcher, if I quote my official email ID in some research papers as an identifier, and in some papers and some research articles I quote my personal email ID, but for having a citation I have to combine the both. So in a way, both are the factors which are considered as your digital identifiers. What are those things that are included in digital identifiers, whether you talk about professional one or the personal? The number one is username and password. Many a time, again, I would repeat my statement that Google is so helpful that once you enter your password, it believes that yes, human memory is not 100% sure. You may forget anything and everything anytime. So I'll help you. Google always comes as a rescue. It always gives you options that, okay, you can save your password. Even you can save your CVV number of your cards and anything. So this is your personal identifier that we create anywhere and everywhere. And needless to say, there are n number of platforms or n number of things, links in which we create username and password. The second identifier is birthday, because in many of the things, for example, if you're doing any commercial thing or any bank related thing, you have to give your birthday so that they can calculate your age and everything. So this is again your identifier, which is related to your digital identity. Somewhere we believe that giving for example, I was talking about Facebook example earlier. Facebook gives you this option. You can hide your birth year from the public, or if you want to show it, you can do it. Doesn't matter if you Facebook is giving you an option to hide it or not to hide it, but you should be accurate enough. I understand Facebook is my personal profile. How does it matter if I'm 32 years old, if I'm 21 years old? But since this is my digital identity, you must be knowing any recruiter can go to any of the social media platform to search about yourself. So it should be that much accurate that yes, it is true. Doesn't matter if you want to hide it or not hide it, but you should have to have 100% accuracy in that. The third is purchase or search history that I was talking about related to the laptop. Anything and everything which you even type. For example, again, I have one more example. Every day, every day, I'm 100% sure everyone receives n number of calls from loan department that you want to, your card or your account has been offered with XYZ amount of loan, whether you need it or whether you do not need it, they will offer you as if you are a very privileged customer of that particular thing. So it is nothing but your purchase or search history. Somewhere if on XYZ platform, if you are searching about any XYZ loan and about the EMI and anything, so what you can do, it is just a click away. Again, the whole digital library or the digital world will come to you, serve you all those things that are open from their side. So this is the purchase or search history, which becomes your digital identity. Electronic transactions, everyone must be knowing about it. Anything what you buy, passwords you save, and the purchase that you do becomes your personal and the digital identity. And the government issued identifiers. Government issued identifiers include all those documents that are issued by government, like our driving license. We often, somewhere or the other platforms, we have to upload our identity documents. Somewhere they ask our PAN number, somewhere they ask our driving license number, or anything which is issued by the government. So in this government issued identifier, you cannot forge anything. But again, there are a number of things on this in this digital world. Anything can be forged. But when we are talking about digital integrity, we should not do any forging or any fake things related to these 5 aspects, which come from your both the identifiers. Number one is professional or personal, and the second one is personal. Now the thing is, a very obvious thing is, how will you check whether it is digital integrity, whether this digital integrity is present in a person or anything that has been shared by that person. So there is a evaluation strategy which has its acronym as SIFT. The source of this particular evaluation strategy is from Washington State University. This is the strategy to check the integrity of online content. Online content here is not only restricted to the professional and the official things, but it also includes everything that is related coming from your personal profile as well. That means social media posts, memes, stats, video, images, and all. There is, again, I must quote here, which is related to it. There's one platform on Facebook. It is a page which is Logical Indian. It always check the authenticity of the post shared by XYZ person related to any news. For example, something has happened somewhere and it has been posted on the social media, this Logical India, and I believe this I only know this Logical India platform, but likewise there must be other platforms as well. So this platform always checks the authenticity of the post being shared there, and if it finds it fake, then it again post it with the tag fake news or the true news. So this is an evaluation strategy to find out whatever data is available online. Data will include anything and everything written out here, that whether it is true, authentic, accurate or not. This is our evaluation strategy. The SIFT strategy is, S is stop and think before, I is investigate the source, F is find trusted coverage, and T is trace claims. So let's talk about it. The very first thing on digital platform, to find out anything or before believing anything, you have to just first stop and think before. Being a researcher in academic ground, whenever we search for any research article or any research research paper, we always look for the researches related to XYZ topic or XYZ domain. The very first thing that we should check is whether it is authentic to quote or not. Maybe possible someone has just uploaded the abstract for getting the citation, but you have to just first believe before believing the thing. You have to think before whether it can be forged, fake, or is it authentic. Second, the step you should use for evaluating this strategy is investigating the source. This is what we do in academic thing. This is what we do in research thing, that we were talking about the plagiarism and talking about the reference quoting and all. You have to investigate the source. Doesn't matter what. If being a person, if I have to practice digital integrity, so there was the last point in the principle, accountability. Whatever things I have uploaded and I have used on the digital platform, I'm accountable for that, because it is transparent. Anyone can check it anywhere. So you have to investigate the source. You have to find the trusted coverage. For example, I have furnished the details of XYZ article that it is not true, it is fake. I have to go for some other option, the more or the better option, to find out a more trusted coverage or the content. And at the end, you have to trace the claim. Some way we do it consciously, like the way we were talking about elements, and also the way we talk about our online conscious and unconscious presence. So this is what we talk about: claiming, the tracing the claims, that whether is it right or whether it is not right. This is the strategy or few steps to check the authenticity, the correctness, completeness, and accurate of any shared data on the online application or online platform. This is how, again, if I know that my data or my information will be assessed on these 4 parameters, definitely I'll practice the digital integrity in whatever information I'm sharing about myself, by believing these 4 steps, right? So this is the evaluation strategy that we use in our day-to-day life, before investigating into the details of different things that we use in terms of integrity. So winding up here, I'm done for the day. So towards the conclusion, I can say, yes, we talk about integrity in academics, in our profession, in our everything, I believe. And this is the time when we have to integrate this digital integrity into our working professionals, into our work ethics, because practicing ethics and having those values of practicing ethics in our working profession, our day-to-day life is important, but somewhere or the other we are dependent on this technology. So when we talk about technology, we have to be 100% ethical, and we have to practice this digital integrity on our digital platform as well. So thank you very much. I would like to have questions from your side if you have any question.
Thank you, ma'am, for informing us about digital integrity and on the areas wherein we can put more attention to, and how we can monitor and assess our learners and make them active participants even in this digitalized world. Ma'am, we do have a few questions. The first one being that since we're living in a VUCA world, a lot of things have certainly gotten digitalized. We're using a lot of digital platforms. So how can educational institutions maintain the digital integrity in academics?
Okay, let me clarify it from you first. How these academic institutions have to talk about digital integrity from a student's perspective or from working professionals' perspective?
Ma'am, since I believe it's from the teacher's point of view, because they are the facilitators and they are the guide and the mentors for students. So how can they maintain the integrity so that the students can follow that particular path?
Exactly, very true. See, coming from a teacher education background, or I will try not to restrict to only teacher education. Whenever it is a well-known fact that students, they do whatever a teacher does inside the classroom. For example, I was talking about LinkedIn here. If I'm teaching ICT to my students or any technology subject to my students, in which I have few topics on the related to social media platform or use of technology in social development of the children. So definitely I'll be talking about ICT thing. Definitely I'll be talking about different social media platforms out here. If, for example, I have, I have to teach them how to create a LinkedIn profile. So what will be the very first thing that I'll do inside my classroom? I will show how to make it, right? I will give my reference. I will give the reference of my LinkedIn profile. Okay, you can go to my profile or any XYZ profile. For the very easy thing, I will refer my own profile that this is how you can put your academic section. This is how you put your personal development and all. For example, XYZ student, out of 50 student, one student just Googled it right here in the classroom, my profile, right? I will take both the situation. In first situation, I have given some information which is not true. That means I did not practice digital integrity out there. And in second example, I am 100% digital integrated person, that I can never furnish any false details about me. Meanwhile, that person is searching out my profile, going through my profile. He or she has furnished a detail, and he or she is asking in the classroom, ma'am, did you work there? First question. Or did you publish this article? The second question can come in that particular child's mind. Or it may be possible if I worked in some project, as in my profile you were reading, I've worked as project consultant in NCRT. So if going out through my profile, if he or she comes with that, ma'am, during that particular tenure, what did you do as a part of your project work? Right. But in first situation, it was wrong. I did not work there. In first situation, I did not work in that I did not work in the project or whatever questions. The very first situation, everything was wrong in very first situation. If I'm giving all the wrong information on my own social media platform, which is often used as official document, then I cannot expect 100% digital accurate information from my student. He or she will easily understand, okay, when ma'am can furnish this detail on the platform, why can't I? I can also write whatever I want to. So the very first thing is you have to talk about the honesty in terms of digital integrity. Here at Amity, we talk about value system, ethical system, right from the very first day of beginning of semester as a part of our orientation program and Diksharam. We do have number of sessions on value system. But nowadays, when we are talking about digital identity, we have to make them alert as well that it is not only the required thing that you are honest in saying that, yes, ma'am, I was late by 5 minutes, do not give my attendance. This is ethical system. But they should also understand that digital identity is same as important as the way you are talking about ethical system. The perfect example that I quote here is ChatGPT. Being a student, what nowadays many of the students, what they do, you just give them anything to write, they will come up with a bright and a brilliant idea copying from ChatGPT. The very first thing you should talk about the digital digital integrity in the classroom is how to do it, why not to do it, and why to do it. You should talk about both the aspects. Here I can say ChatGPT is again not the bad thing, again not a good thing. So you should talk about pros and cons of digital literacy, digital education right here in the classroom, so that the students can understand it from both the points of view. It is not only technology is again always it will be helpful for a student or for any perspective, but it is in the hands of the teacher how you are using technology in the classroom to integrate some of the value system in the students. So this is how not only teacher education institution, but every institution should talk about the digital integrity as a part of the value system and ethical system that we here at Amity we practice here. But again, in every university or the institution or whatever place you are in, you can practice it right from the very first thing by telling them what are the pros and cons of digital integrity option and not to have it. We should tell them, if you're copying it from ChatGPT, your teachers are very much smarter than you and they will be knowing it that you have copied it from ChatGPT. So they must know it, ki if I will copy it from ChatGPT, my teacher will come to me. Let them know it. So definitely somewhere, I believe, it is very easy to speak than to practice it. I 100% agree with this statement. But again, they will have this kind of fear that my teacher will definitely come to know about it. I hope, Ms. Mahima, I've answered the question.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. And there's a follow-up question to one of the statements that you gave, that about authenticity. So if one wishes to find out the authenticity of an organization, what are the specific points one can look for in order to understand that, yes, whatever has been written is authentic?
Okay. I have one example about this as well. Few months earlier, when a student came to me, she received one message from Delhi police, message from on text message, also an email that some complaint has been lodged against her. And because of it, she has to come to that particular police station, else her case will be considered and will be taken to the cases, right? Jaise bhi likha jate hain. So she immediately came to me and they have given that particular email ID as well. Ma'am, is it true or not? What should I do? They have given me this timeline as well. I have to revert back and I have to, call them back on this particular number. The very first thing that I did is I checked that email ID. Any organization, if it is, since I'm talking about this particular example out here, the domain on which we create our account. For example, if we are creating on Gmail domain, it is @gmail.com. Here at Amity, our domain is amity.edu. Right? There are few things related to these website creation and other things which they themselves say that this is authentic or not. They say, for example, for any education institute, we use .edu. For any organization, we use .org. For any academic institution, we use .ac.in. These are the few things, the very first thing, very first blink of eye, you can easily find out whether it is related to it or not. The second thing is you have to go with the entire, website, whatever information they have furnished. Many a time, since the question I believe was related to the university or the organization, how would you come to know about it or not? You have to go, the approach that I use always, you go to every section of that particular things. If it is okay, if it is true, then there must be its proof. For example, if I say I've conducted this XYZ activity, there will be a proof of it on the website only. The contact section, many times what we do, we just write the phone number which doesn't exist, and the fake person, what they do, they create that particular number which takes you to somewhere on the automated call. So all those things which can easily give you the hint that whether it exists or not. In terms of university and organization or any research thing, you can go up to, you can look up the different things on the entire website thing, the way they have presented their data, their establishment date. Many of the times, if you know the university, you can easily come to know, no, this is fake. About any research thing, the way they have written any article, or the different language sections they have used, the grammatical errors. For the research thing also, we always see the reference section. Again, not diverting with the question itself, the university or institutions, the many of the information you can, in the very first question, someone said, Miss Mahima only said, she will directly contact my institute to check whether this is right or wrong. So if somewhere, definitely, I must not quote anything, but number of things are there on the website which can be checked from XYZ cross factors. For example, if they have listed n number of teaching faculty members there, call them, you can find it out there. You can just click it there and they can take you to that hyperlink, which will definitely be considered as error 404, which is the most vulnerable, or I must say the common error which shows up. So these are the few things, the very initial things. I know I have not, gave you the exact one to exact parameters, but they are the initiators by which you can identify whether it is right or whether it is not right.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for clarifying our doubts and for taking out your precious time to enlighten us about maintaining digital integrity in academics. And I'm sure that we as budding teachers will also keep this in mind as we move ahead in our lives. So thank you so much once again.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mahima, once again, and to all the listeners, to the program directors and coordinators for giving me again this chance to deliberate on the topic. I believe it is important for being a teacher and being a student as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We leave behind footprints of our legacy, knowing that our time here has made a difference, and our futures are filled with endless opportunities. As we inch closer to the 5 days online professional development program, Cultivating Academic Integrity in Working Professionals under Guru Dakshata Faculty Induction Program, Module 7 Academic Integrity, let's invoke the blessings of Goddess Saraswati once again, so that the light of learnings gained from this program stay with us throughout as we walk on our path towards the never-ending learning process and endless opportunities. I request our attendees to become a part of a virtual ceremony with the lighting of the lamp.
Hare समझी है गुणियों ने जानी, वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी, मुनियों ने समझी है गुणियों ने जानी, वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी। हम भी तो समझे, हम भी तो जाने, विद्या का हमको अधिकार दे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ।
Integrity, insight, and inclusiveness are the three essential qualities of leadership. To apprise us about the role of leadership in inculcating ethical behaviors in the workplace, we have with us Professor Dr. Priya Rao Ma'am, Professor Finance and Accounting, Tecnológico de Monterrey, Querétaro, Mexico, who is our guest of honor. Her career mission is to seek a rewarding, challenging, and responsible career in an academic field with an objective to serve the best, to meet out employees' objectives. Dr. Rao has been a member of the editorial board, International Journal of Business and Research and Excellence, ISSN. She received appreciation certificates for conducting a faculty development program on differential learning, while one-size-fits-all phrase doesn't work in education. In 2020, for an outstanding performance at the position of Vice Dean Quality and Accreditation at University College of Abu Arish from 2015 to 2020, to name a few. She has also had numerous publications under her name. Dr. Rao has also been holding the responsibilities of teaching and other related activities, student academic projects, and coordinator prowess software. We welcome you, ma'am, and request you to kindly take over.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure to be on this dais. And I'll share the screen and then we will start working on my experiences and a little bit enclosing it with the theoretical aspects now. And let me share the screen. Hope I have the right. I hope the screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay, let me see. Yes. Now it's visible in the full screen, I
Yes,
think.
ma'am, absolutely.
Okay, fine. Thank you for a wonderful introduction, Miss Mahima. I was watching you since last 4-5 days. No, you were introducing all the guest of honor or the chief guest. It was a wonderful way you did it, and I appreciate, to be very frank. No.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Means a lot.
Yes, it's not being a teacher I am appreciating, like no, even working as a leader for the last 15-20 years in the different institutions, no, like we got this habit that encourage, and if encouragement has been done in the form of praising, it leads an impact. Yes, Ms. Mahima, you were there. And thank you, Dr. Shwishma, again. She approached me and
Thank you so much.
She just pushed me be on the dais with us, and it's okay. It's good always. I feel good always to talk on the dais of MIT, because it's the second time I'm speaking on the dais, and it's a wonderful opportunity. And I thank to all your heads and professor and Dr. Harish Tyagi over there. I know him through the line of academics for the last many years. And yes, I am here in front of you. And as you said, Mahima, that sorry, I'll be taking name because maybe since last many years I'm in foreign countries, no? So I got a habit of using the name. Sorry, Mahima, if you fine.
No,
Hope you won't mind. Okay. So yes, today's topic is the role of a leader in creating an ethical workplace. sometimes I feel that we start expecting more from the leaders. Sometimes this is my own feeling, no? And when we talk about the leaders, we only look to our just approached or the just leader who is above us. There are leaders in the form of deans, there are leaders in the form of directors, there are leaders in the form of chairmen, there are leaders in the form of teachers if I am in the class. And if I talk about at the school level, no, we have monitors in the class. They are again the leaders. Fine. So I don't know, when we talk about leaders, what comes in our mind? And when we are at home, the parents become our leaders. When we are moving around, sometimes the politicians become our leaders. The leaders have so different approaches. It's not easy to define the leaders. Yes, but I'll try to I'll try to communicate. I'll try to squeeze my PowerPoint according to the organization leaders or the academic leaders, I must say. So if I move forward, I'll share with one of my very good experience. First of all, this is my very bad habit. Instead of giving the lectures, no, I love to share my own experiences, so that I'm not taking anything from books. What I learned, I'm just sharing with you all. I was working in an international university. Yes, I was a vice dean over there. And by the God grace, I have a very good hand on the Zotero referencing. And my dean was writing a paper and she called me, Priya, just come in my office and teach me how to use Zotero. I said, okay, no problem, ma'am. I will be there. I'm in habit. No, we are in habit of using ma'am and sir always. So it becomes like I have been, because of my all upbringing and my education is from India. So we are still in that habit. When the teacher comes in, students will say, good morning, miss. And when the teacher goes out, no, that habit is there. So I just said, okay, fine, I'll be there in your office. Just give me a second. Okay, she said, just take your own time. And I was there in the office. Already the door was open and she welcomed me, just be seated. I said, okay, I was carrying with my laptop. And I started sitting in front of the desk of the dean. No? And dean said, no, Priya, just sit on my chair and let it be very comfortable for you and me. And for me, it was like astonishing. This is the dean's chair. How can I actually think of sitting on that chair? But she just told me that this is just a chair. We can move this chair from one office to another office. It has no link with me as a person and with me as a designation. You sit on this chair and you just explain me how the Zotero works. So I do not know, was it an ethical leader or was this I was expecting to be a good leader? But I felt good. I felt that she is removing that gap and she's trying to vanishing up that gap which was between me, either as a vice dean or in her as a dean. So she removed that gap which was there in me. So I felt that, yes, this is what maybe I was lacking since last many years, and I try to improve it in my personality. So this is the example I wanted to share. This was a small incident in my life, but it changed me a lot. It changed me a lot. So when we talk about the workplace, does it simply mean office? My table, my chair, my computer, my mouse, it's my cupboards. Right? I remember that one of my deans in a different institution, no, she always used to say that the more cupboards are there, no, it brings more tension, Priya. It means you have to keep more records, you have to keep more files. So better to be away from these cupboards. I learned that too also. So when we are talking about the workplace, I'm not talking about only my place where I'm sitting. I am talking about the colleagues whom I am working with. I am talking about my superiors or my bosses maybe in the form of my immediate boss or the bosses to my immediate boss. I'm talking about my students when I go into the classroom and I talk to them and I open to them and they open to me. So they are also my office. Let it be on the other side. For me, my office means the peons who are every day cleaning my room. I need to appreciate them also. For me, my office means the parents of my students. Like when they come to the office, they are not waiting outside for a long time for my appointment. So for me, my workplace means a 360-degree. It's not only what is visible to me. There are certain things which are really invisible, but it makes my workplace. So I have to understand what exactly the workplace is. So today I won't say speech, today my sharing of my experiences will be towards what exactly the workplace is. Then we will talk about the leaders. Then we will talk about the ethics. And then we will try to understand what the ethical leader is, what we expect from the ethical leader. So it will be from, no, I'll be squeezing and then I'll be coming to the main point. It's like this. Now, when I talk about the workplace, for me, I told you it's a 360. Like I don't try to know, I don't try to confine myself in that 4 boundaries, I must say. So for my workplace, it's the values actually, which helps me to guide the way I work. It means the moment I enter into the office and I find that one of the PN of the office is cleaning my room. But for to be very frank, no, in the last international assignments, I have never found any PN cleaning my room. I have to go myself, I have to clean my table. Right? To be very frank, I have to clean my table and chair, everything. So it's like, even if I found that my secretary is sitting in the office and she is, no, I had to greet her. I may not expect that she should stand and she must say, good morning, professor. No, it's like sometimes I feel that it's unethical when she is sitting and I am entering the room like, okay, fine, I must say good morning to her. So for me, they are my guiding principles and they actually help me to work the way I want to work. And these principles of me, they help me actually to decide what is right and what is wrong, what should be my working pedagogy, what decisions I have to take upon. And if there are variants, there are different choices. These workplace ethics, these workplace values help me actually to decide on which particular decision I have to decide on. So there are workplace values. Either I make it or it is already there in an organization or in the college or in the school. Let it be any case, but there are workplace values. So we have to value them. And when we are talking about the workplace value is that I'm accountable for it. Like today, Miss Mahima, if you are there, encouraging, or if you are there attending all the guests today, you are accountable at the last of the workshop if anything goes wrong. Why you didn't spoke about this concept when the speaker was there on the dais. So you have to take that accountability. Okay, when you were going through my CV, fine, and introducing me, I may not say, okay, this was wrong. It's okay, fine. This is part of job. But because you are there, so you're accountable for that. These are your workplace values. So for you, the workplace value is right now your Zoom dais. It's not your office which is there. You have to make a difference to it. It means the way, I saw you when you took a little pause between the starting of the last session and the Saraswati Puja. I know I can read your eyes, I can read your face, like what to do. It's taking time, right? So maybe you decided either to switch off the video to make different faces like this. It's your decision, right? So it's finally your decision, and you have to focus on detail. It means I have seen yesterday when you were introducing to one of the professor who was from New York, if I'm not wrong, right? One of the professors was from New York. I don't remember her name, but I noticed that such a detail, like you explained her achievements, everything in detail. It was well planned. Even the way you are communicating the audience questions to the speakers. You're trying to understand their mind, I must say, like that, right? And then delivering a quality. Again, when I am working, when I am at the workplace, and right now, either I am on the Zoom session, fine, I have to focus on detail. I may cover the tits and bits, but when the students ask me or when my audience cross-question me, I become responsible for that. And I have to be honest. Right now, we had a session on the some social platform or something like digital. We were having just before me a session. on the digital integrity. We had to maintain the quality. We cannot compromise on the quality. We had to be honest. We had to keep the promises. Students sometimes say that, teacher, you asked us to give the marks or to give the grades by this date. We are waiting. So this is my workplace. They wait. They don't know that you were busy in the meeting or you were busy in some other assignments. They don't want to understand that. They want you to give the grades on the proper time. And then you have to be reliable enough. Like they rely on you. If you are in the class, they rely on your knowledge. They depend on your knowledge, what you are sharing. So I had to be honest with me. I had to show my personality as, yes, you can rely on my knowledge. I am there to serve you and to bring into you a good human being who may turn out a society into a well-being later on. So positivity again. Like, no, for my workplace, it means I have to bring a positive vibes every time. Keep smiling, whatever the situations are, because no one wants to see your dull face, to be very clear. I know this thing, right? Like, even if you're smiling, okay, like you have to smile, but not every time. There are certain circumstances, no, where you have to be quite serious enough. And the deadlines are there. I know Miss the Professor Shushma, since yesterday, she's just texting me, ma'am, tomorrow is the session, don't sleep. Like, I have to wake up. It's Amrit Vela right now for me. If I show you my outside view, it's dark night, people are sleeping. I have closed my room, my family members are snoring. Fine. I don't want that you to hear that snoring. So it means Professor Shushma wanted me to meet the deadline. Be on time, Professor. We are there for you. And being a great team member. And you all are working as a great team member. So for you, the workplace is right now the Zoom. Let it not be office. There is no office for us. But we are on the online platform, and we are working as a team over there. Anyone who loses, it's the game is being lost. And then respecting the company policies. If you are putting the background as a MET and I am not, fine. So you are respecting the company policies where you are working with, and I am not. Right? I wanted to put the Tecnológico de Monterrey background, but I think you people restricted me. Right? I do not know. I was unable to do that. And just to correct you, Miss Mahima, because it's in Spanish. Actually, we don't call it as Tecnológico de Monterrey. It's like Tecnológico de Monterrey. Okay, so it's it's okay. I admit it. And then we need to show the tolerance. There are many things which goes wrong, my dear. If we are the humans and if we are working, the chances are we will do mistake. So for me, the workplace value is accept the mistakes. If I do it, let me accept it. If others are doing it, bring the habit of forgiving them, my dear. Not even forgiving them, forget it. If it's under the controllable limits, even though if it's out of the uncontrollable limits, why can't we find out a remedial action for that? There are, right? So show a tolerance. Shouting is very easy. It's really, I think it's the most easiest stuff. But keeping patience and giving a respect at that moment, this is the most tough time. So that is what we had to do. And to be very frank, when I'm speaking this, I'm not reading that. Actually, the thing was that I had experienced this thing in my last 23 years of academic experience. Either I work as a professor, or I am in the class, or I am with my bosses, or I am with my subordinates. Anywhere, my dear. So these are my workplace values, which I follow in my offices. And if I talk about the leader, okay, let me see. I think, yes, if I talk about the leader, for me, she is a coach. She is not the one who is just pulling my head, come out after the problem. No, she's a coach to me. She will tell me the way how to come out of the issues. She has to tell me the reason. She has to guide me. If any one of the audience over here, if they're in the line of their PhD, right, they have the mentor, they have their supervisor. They are not holding their finger every time, do this, okay, now page number 20, finish work on 22 page. No, It's like they're just guiding you. We want in this way the format, do the research like this. We want either it's a preliminary research or a secondary research, do the survey like this, do the Zotero referencing or the or any other referencing source. We want this, just be a coach over there. So I firmly believe that as a leader, I need not hold the hand and I did not drag the person. No, I want to be a coach. And I want to know my people personally. Like this is, I remember one of my examples, no, when I was doing my master's a long year back, no, in 90s, I must say. Okay, when I was doing my master's, and my professors, some of the professors, no, used to call the roll number 1, roll number 2. So we will say present, fine. And there was a professor of mine who was specialized in the human resource management. Okay, and he always used to call us by name, Priya, Amit, okay, and Rohini, like this they will call. And we would love to have that class. And one day I asked eagerly, Professor, everyone takes the name. Why everyone call us by the role? Why you call us by the name? Why you waste so much of time in calling our names? No. And then he simply said, the prisoners have the numbers. Children, they don't have the numbers. Okay. And normally you will find when the prisoners are there in the jail, no, they have the number plate over there. But you are my children. How can I call you by the name? Even if I have 20 kids in the family, I have to remember their names. So your names are your identity. So I love that. I love that long back, around 28 years back words, and I follow still that words in the class. So I keep in mind that for me, okay, don't call them. Their names are important for me. Right? So it's their identity. I need to know their complete story if any problem is going on. Then I have to understand the weaknesses, why they are weak, and I have to focus on their strengths. I have to embrace them. Today it happened. Today only one of the, because I am in the American Culture Society, you know, and there you find a lot of relations which are very open. Fine. And it happened in my class that one of the students started crying. So I must have left him like this. It was very easy for me. I would have just given him the tissue papers, wipe it, go, fine. But the thing was, yes, embrace sometimes is very much required. Okay, we call it as the Vicks therapy, touch therapy. We call it as, okay, it works well. And the challenge is convention. It means now the time is changing. It is very easy for the MIT right now to do the Zoom session and to collect the people from all over the India, from all over the world, I must say, and on the same dais we are. So we had to accept the challenges. And at the time when I did my study, there was nothing like online. But we changed ourselves. We changed ourselves due to the pandemic by force. I never wanted to take the class online, but by the force, we were changed. So these are some of the leaders. I know that you all know. Fine. My salute to the strong lady, the Rani Lakshmibai, and I just bow my head towards this great leader, a defiant one. Yes, she was an ethical leader, and she had a deep sense of devotion in that. A courageous one, I must say. And when we talk about another leader, a wonderful leader who was just awarded, by the Australian, from the Australian government, and he has been already awarded as a Padma Vibhushan from our country. Like, he's extremely dignified. Okay, again, I bow my head toward this extreme, I must say, a wonderful human being he is. Fine. So he has a good leadership qualities. If anyone has a time, read his biography and how he's turned up and what philosophies he followed. Wonderful leader, I must say. And again, Bill Gates. Even being the richest person, he's the owner of Microsoft. But the thing is, he keeps in mind that he tried to control in his family. You won't believe that in his family, he tried to control the use of the technology. He don't give his kids the money, just spend it like this. No, he's very stingy on that part. And the maximum of his savings, it goes in the charity. Again, an ethical leader, I must say. So there are different kind of leaders. There are different kind of leaders, I must say. The first is the autocratic leaders. I do not know what type of leader you have in your organizations, but in majority we say that there are three types of leaders. One is an autocratic leader. Do whatever I'm saying. Don't use your brains. Okay. Keep your brains out when you enter into my office. They are strict. They are strict. They don't want to listen their subordinates. Right? They are aggressive and they just want to show off their powers. So it's just a one-side communication. You damn not speak anything in front of them. If you will speak, my dear, either you will be expelled out of your office or out of his office or out of your organization. He won't let anyone speak, or she won't let anyone speak in front of the boss. They are autocratic leaders. They are. And when we talk about the democratic leaders, they just show you a way. They just give you the way. This way you can move on, and I'm there to help you out. Fine. And they ask for your opinions. They ask. But the best of mine is I go for the laissez-faire leaders. A complete freedom, my dear, complete freedom, no control. This is the work assigned to you. This is the deadline. They're decided for you. Now you as a team decide. You as an individual decide how to achieve this target, how to achieve this goal, how the work has to be done, how to maintain that customer corporate relationship. You decide finally. It's your decision. Only the thing is, in case of urgencies, if my help is required, I will be there for you. So this is what the laissez-faire leaders are. And yes, many of the audience right now is there, the participants are there. They may say that, Professor, we have gone through the number of types of leaders. It's okay. Right? You can do a wide variation in these type of leaders. But specifically when we talk about, there are three types of leaders. Fine. They work on the autocratic, very strong, very harsh, very aggressive. Democratic one, they will just listen your views and they will try to have your opinion. But the laissez one, they give you a freedom. And to be very frank, I am actually experiencing this laissez-faire leadership in at present in Technology ko de Monterrey. Like, I'm surprised because I just joined this university maybe 6 months back, fine, but almost 9 months back, because for the 3 months I was teaching them online. They have a complete freedom. Like, this is the course which is assigned to you. This is the responsibility of yours. This is the deadline of final examination. This is the deadline of submission of the grades. Now you decide what you will teach. You decide your own case studies. We will never come into your classroom. We will never evaluate you. We will never supervise you. No one is going to tell you, come at 8 o'clock in the morning and stay till 6 o'clock in the evening. No one is giving you that guidelines. But the thing is, you are responsible. I am responsible for my courses. A day when I miss, okay, there is an online system. It automatically starts showing the records. Priya missed the class on this day. So it's on my email, the honking starts appearing. You missed today, Priya. You were 10 minutes 10 minutes late. You entered the attendance of the student. So there is no physical leadership, right? But yes, we are controlled, but we are controlled even after giving the freedoms. So that is what I think the laissez-faire leaders are. So for me, a leader is, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. But if you are a leader, teach a man to fish and lifetime he or she will get the earnings. So for me, a leader is, the leader don't create followers. They create more leaders. So the wonderful part of a leader is, don't try to create more followers. If you will create more leaders, you will be always in the memories. You will be always in their steps, I must say. And this is what a leadership is. Try to create more leaders so that even if you leave, why we think that we are like so much, everyone should depend on us. Why we think like this? Right? We should think like, the moment I leave this organization, the moment if I'm not there someday on some of the work, maybe some important urgency is there, I had to leave. Right? So someone should be there to take my diets. That is what, no, that is what the leadership is. Don't create followers, try to create more leaders. So this was about the workplace, my values. We talk about the different leaders. It can take a different shape. But when we talk about the ethical leader, we need to know what the ethics are. Sometimes I feel that are ethics the one which we have to define, or it is something which is internal to us? I'm really confused many times. So even in the classrooms, they tell me, teacher, we read Bible, you read Gita. So maybe the ethical, the set of standards are different in Bible and the set of standards are different in Gita. They keep on asking me this thing. They keep on asking. Right? And when we go in detail, no, we find it's almost the same. It's the same only the way it's being written, only the language it's being written, then it takes a different shape. And sometimes I try to give a perception to it. And when I try to give a perception to it, the real ethics, they change. So for me, the ethic is the standards which actually help me to, which actually helps me to guide how should I behave. And it's not only about behaving, it is also about how to make choices. I have my own choices. Right? When I decided, if I talk about my working cycle, no, I started from India. Very short period I stayed in India, maybe around 8 years of my total academic experience I had been in India. Then I moved to Eritrea, again a very short span, a long tenure in Saudi Arabia. Fine. Then again I moved back to India and now I am in Mexico. We call it as Mexico. Okay. So it's like when I am in Mexico, it's a complete change, a different set of ethics, a complete change is there in the working culture, in the classroom, or I must say in my working values. I had to change a little bit according to the working environment in which I am working with. So ethics do change. But the thing is, the internal ethics which actually help me to work, which actually push me or pull me in my daily life, that do not change. Right? So these are the ethics I talk about, and the ethical leaders, no, they take the lead. They are the one who actually lead the team, inspire the team, not only by the words. They do, they set the standards, and the team automatically follow. Need not say everything from the mouth. Really need not say. It means twice or thrice it will happen. You enter into the office, you say good morning to your colleagues, and the fourth day you will find the moment you enter, your colleagues start saying you good morning, welcome to the office. It happens, it brings a change. And the ethical leaders, no, they don't direct, they don't say, do this thing, we want this thing to be done by this time. No, they are the guide, and we nurture them actually. Nurture means we regularly, water my plants, and I see them growing. When I see them growing, I am happy. And you will not believe that in many of the classes, because I'm in most of the time I'm in the international assignments, and when I start my few classes in the orientation sections, I always say to my students, I want few of you to be on my place. And I want you to throw me from your country. It does not mean that throw me out from your country. It means that I want to create more professors in you. I want that you should come on the dais and take my position so that your country don't require the expatriates to work and to teach over here. So it's like this. I want the local people, I want my classmates to nurture themselves, and I just guide them, keeping on guiding them. This is the ethics of workplace. The same thing happens with my colleagues also. There are, right? We normally in the offices, we have secretaries, and their work, and they want to pursue for the further education. So I keep on guiding them. If you have done your graduation in the journalism, go on for the master's in journalism, right? Any problem, if you want any information, I can help you. Only in that way I can support you. But the thing is, continue your education. Don't stop your education. So it's like, why should I say that if I have gained doctorate, no one should get doctorate? No, there is no jealousy. Fine. If I am a leader, I need to nurture them. I need to bring more leaders among my workplace. That is the ethical leader. I do not know whether I work ethical or not, but this is the way I work with. So now for the last 5 days, no, I saw the audience, they are listening on so many integrity, digital integrity, ethics, good leadership, the class behavior, or so many things. No? I saw your pamphlets having so many things. So what I'll do is a small exercise we will do over here. Okay. I'll show one by one the 10 hypothetical situations. Okay. And there are options for the answering over. And there are options for the answering also. So I would request the audience, I'll show on the slides the questions, and what you just take pen and paper with you, or you want to, if you are good at online, you can even work on your screens also for that. But the thing is, you just have a pen and paper, and for question number 1, just select your answer. Remember, there is nothing wrong, there is nothing wrong, right? Because it's a time of introspection. Fine. If I am a hyperactive person and the other individual is a smart person, it does not mean that I am right and the other one is wrong. So none of the answer is wrong. Select your own answers. You're free for that. Fine. And then later on, we'll try to find out what type of leader am I. I always say that I always say, oh, she's not a good leader. He is not an ethical one. He is not coordinating. She is not cooperating. Fine. It's very good to evaluate others, but let's analyze ourselves. Let's introspect. Let's see what as a leader am I today. Right? So I will give you a 10 situations, and let's see, is audience ready? Am I allowed to pose this type of activity? We will do it here only. Nothing like they have to fill up a form. Fine. So I'll open up one by one a small question sort of thing, and there are the choices available beside that. On the one paper, you just write question number 1, your choice. Question number 2, your choice. Question number 3, your choice. Is it clear? Hope it's clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Let's start now. The first situation. Okay, let me see. Let me first read so that you have an idea what actually I'm expecting from you. This is the situation 1. In this case, or in this manner, I'll give you 10 situations. The first situation is you are the leader of a manufacturing team and learn that your employees are falsifying product quality results to sell more products. It means you are somewhere not manufacturing the qualitative goods and you are selling them into the market. If you report the matter, most of them will lose their jobs. Now you are as a middleman, on the middle level manager. If you report this issue to the top level, almost all of your subordinates are going to lose their jobs. And the chances are I may also lose mine. And it may also hit to the company's reputation. What would you do in this situation? So these options on this side, let me just take the pen. If you are here, the options on this side, okay, they will be same in every situation. I would do what is right. Right? What will you do? Like whatever seems good to you or right to you, you will do according to that. I would do what benefits to let me drag the window. Yes, I would do what benefits the most people. And I look upon the people who are working either with me. So what benefits to most of them, I'll act accordingly. I would do what a good person would do. Fine. I look upon my good personality. Maybe for me, Ratan Tata, Honorable Ratan Tata is my identity, and I would imagine what he would have done, and maybe I'll do the same thing. I would do what shows that I care about my relationship. Maybe in some of my subordinates, there are some which are very close to me, fine, whom I favor always. So I will try to work according to their favorable position. I would do what benefits me the most. I'll see what is actually giving me the most benefit. And I would do what is fair. So there are 6 choices. The 6 choices remain same in every situation. Okay. And there are situations. So you can start working on that. And let me see just a minute. So this is situation 1. Hope you can see it. Just take 2 minutes. Okay. Take 2 minutes, read the situation and try to choose which best suits you. Okay. What you would have acted accordingly in this situation. Okay. And just keep the answers with you. Later on, we will do the analysis of that. So just see whether you would have gone for A, B, C, D, E, F. Just see question number 1. You can make a what we can say it is, you can make your chart, or you can make your anyway you can say the answer question number 1 or the situation number 1. I answered E. Fine. Same for question number 2. You answered, like you can carry forward like this. Once you are done with situation 1, I'll move to the situation 2. Because Ms. Mahima, you are the one who is actually coordinating. Once the audience is done with situation 1, let me know. Then I'll move to the situation 2.
Okay, ma'am.
Remember, this is an introspection, my dear. We need not say answers to anyone. We are just trying to find out my inner self. What type of leader am I? Today, if I am working as a leader, I think I am one who is a democratic one. But maybe somewhere today I'll realize I am not a democratic one. Maybe I am autocratic one. If not autocratic, I believe I am a harsh leader, but today I'll realize I'm not autocratic. I am actually a laissez-faire leader. So let's see. Okay, it may not give the exact answer, but somewhere we have something to do, and we can introspect ourselves. It's looking on me today. Who am I?
Ma'am, we can move forward.
Okay. The situation 2, the choices remain same again. The situation 2 is you have an employee who has been having performance problems, which is making it hard for your group to meet its work quota. Obviously, there are some team members, no, they don't work according to the requirements. This person was recommended to you as a solid performer. Someone recommended you that take him in your team. Okay, he came under, or she came with some reference. You know, the person's former manager had problems with the employee and just wanted to get rid of the person. And you know already, because we the middle level managers, know we are always attached within our circle. So I know that if someone has transferred that person from this department to my department, I was knowing that already this was creating a problem over there. That is why he has been shifted to my department. Now, if you give the underperforming employee a good recommendation, now the time has come for a recommendation. Leaving out the performance problem, you will have an opportunity to pass the employee off to the other group. It's okay. Like if you give a good recommendation, you can pass off that employee from your group to the other group. So what will you do? Will you recommend, like, I will do what is right? I will do what benefits him. I will do what a good person could do, or I would try to show a care to the one who referred that person in the organization. I would do what benefits me most, or I would do what is fair. Now, when I'm saying fair, no, you have to read the company's policies. Imagine there are some policies, there are some rules, there are some procedures which are guiding you in a company or in the organization, and behave according to it. Should I move?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you have to give me signal, Miss Mahima. Otherwise,
yes, ma'am, I was about to, and
okay, fine. You have to start giving me signals. Okay,
yes,
the situation 3 is your team is hard pressed to complete a critical project. Obviously, you have a project. We all have a project, and this team is again under pressure to complete a project. And I hear that there is a job opening and in a very good company, and I prefer that one of my team member, no, they can apply, he or she can apply in that company, and it may excel his or her career. Now the problem is, if that individual leaves my team, it will put my project into a danger. So what will I do in this situation? I'm not saying that I have got a job opportunity. No, I'm saying that one of my team member, I realize that there is a job opportunity in the market, a good opportunity. And if one of my team members, he or she gets that opportunity, he or she may excel in his life. So, but if he leaves the team, my project will be in the disaster. So what will I do in that situation?
Ma'am, we can move forward.
Sure. This is the situation 4. An employee of yours has a child with a serious illness and is having a trouble fulfilling obligations at the work. A commonly find problem. One of your team members, her child is sick with a critical disease and she cannot fulfill the requirement of the working hours. You learn from your assistant that this employee claimed 40 hours on a timesheet for a week. In regards to, she only worked for 30 hours. Okay. So what will you do in that situation?
Ma'am, we can move ahead.
Sure. Situation 5 is that some of your employees, they finish their target. I have written the word here, quotas. Whenever the targets are being assigned, that some of the team members, no, they try to accomplish their targets in much lesser time what is being allotted to the team members. Now I am scared if my bosses, they come to know about this, they may increase the targets or they may increase the quotas. Now there are some of the members also in my team who are actually not fulfilling or who are unable to achieve this target in that limited span of time. So like, what will you do in that situation? So that the people who are able to achieve the target within time or much before the time, and there are some people who are not even fulfilling the time requirement. So if the top management comes to know, then they may end up with giving more targets to the team members. So what will you do in that situation? Will you inform the immediate bosses of yours? Or will you be silent, or you will just wait? What will you do? So look on these 6 options. Just answer on these 6 options.
Ma'am, I think we can move forward.
Okay, the situation 6 is that this is a quite financial question, but normally we keep on asking about this. Like, I am the chief financial officer, and I'm aware that many of my other bosses in the organization, they're asking me to play with the financial figures. They're asking me to exaggerate the figures of the financial statements so that it leads to the higher stock prices. Because if the higher stock prices are, it will come in the pockets of the shareholders. So what will you do in this situation if you would have been a chief financial officer?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, done.
I have a doubt, rather.
Sure.
In this situation, does the CFO lose his or her job if she or he doesn't abide by what the unit have said? because I think it would be better if we get so that the decision.
Miss Mahima, actually, normally what happens is that when we do the situational analysis and the case studies, no, we don't try to think here and there. It's just whatever the information is there, no, we just try to answer according to that.
Okay,
Fine.
ma'am.
There is no other information which is there. Let it be, everything remains stable.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, it's like this. In the economics, we say everything will be constant.
Great. Okay, ma'am. In that case, we can move forward.
Yes, fine. The next question, the next situation is what happened. My mouse is not moving. Situation 7. There are 2 new employees. It happens in every company, no? They have just joined your accounting team right out of the school. Here, the school means they are just graduated. And you will find them regularly surfing on the internet or texting on their phones. Now you feel that when they are working, it is actually hampering the work. Fine. And I am unable to achieve my targets. Like I am unable to prepare my financial statements till the end of my period required. And when I ask them to do overtime, they don't work overtime. And the work of there is actually now coming on others. And the other team members, they feel that they are, I can see that they are upset and they are resentful. I will not do their job. It's their job. What will you do in that situation? Sorry.
Ma'am, we can move forward.
So situation 8 is that I am a director to a neighborhood food cooperative. Food cooperative means normally what happens is they supply the food to the different schools, which they for the daily nutrition. Here also we do like that. And I'm a director of that. And I found that there is a single parent who has a 4th child, and I caught them shoplifting around $30 in the groceries. Now, that this person was working in my company only, in my cooperative only. And I suspect that the same thing she or he was doing for the last many days or many years or many months. Now I feel like you consider pressing charges. I thought of going to the police and make a complaint or call the authorities. But what should I do in this situation? 300 different situations, you will find sometimes you act rationally, sometimes you open up your heart, sometimes you open up your mind. You find these are the situations sometimes. Can I move forward?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the situation number 9, that normally, this is a long situation. Try to understand that I am the one who is actually accused of discriminating between the genders. I love to hire more females in my organization in comparison to the more males. Now, again, a new offering is there, and one girl candidate is there and a boy candidate is there. Now, I find that this time the girl candidate is more, I must say the female gender is more capable enough in comparison to the male gender. Now, if I hire that female gender, the problem is I'll be again putting the same problem for me, because again, the people will accuse me for the gender biasness. And if I hire a male gender, even though he's not capable, then I may somewhere put myself into a safer situation. Then that accuse, maybe it will be a little bit relaxed for me. So what will I do in that situation?
Ma'am, we can move forward.
Okay, the last situation, Okay, for us, actually, we are a professor. Right now, we had something on the digital integrity. One of my best students, no, here it's written buys an essay online, but it means a project over here. Okay, so he buys a project online and turn it for a grade line. It submits it for a final project, and later on the term, I realized that the student come and confess to me that it was a purchased project. Now it is the norm of the university that if any plagiarism is there, any purchased online project is there, you had to ultimately fail the student. So what should I do? Should I flunk the student? Flunk here means should I fail the student? Or what will you do in that situation? Because the student confessed.
Ma'am, we can move ahead.
Okay, fine. And now these are the 10 situations. Okay, these are the hypothetical situations which may help me to find what type of leader I am. Now, what you all will do is what the audience is, fine. Now, what the participants will do is, like, if they have answered A, in the 10 questions, you must have answered A. Just count how many A you have answered, how many B you have answered. In the same manner, how many C, how many D, how many E, and how many F. Just count your numbers. Don't make a total of all of them. Just count. Maybe I have answered in the 3 questions I have answered A. Maybe in the B I have got 0, and in the C I have come out with a 4, and maybe in the E I have come out with a 2. Maybe in D0 there was 0, and in F there was 1. So it comes 3 plus 4, 7, 7 plus 3, 10. So I should get at the end the 10 results of mine. Maybe there can be 0 in anyone. It doesn't matter. But just count how many A's you have, how many B, how many C, D, E, and F. Just count them. No need to show to anyone. It's okay. Like normally in the class we say we call it as a feedback, right? And we always say the identity of the student will be not revealed. Why we say? Because we had to be true with ourselves. Okay. So be true with yourself. No need to show to anyone. Hope you have counted. It was just the 10. Okay, now coming to the final version. Now let's see what actually this A, B, C, D, E means, and just see where you scored more. You yourself, you see where you scored more. Fine, you have just made the total over here. Let me put, because I can't see because of this Zoom videos. Now you have made the totals, and see here, there are some points written over here. If you have more A, your duty ethics, utilitarian ethics, virtue ethics, caring ethics, egoism ethics, and justice ethics. But what does it mean? Let's see here. If you have scored higher on duty ethics, it means if you have scored more on A, it means you follow the rules. You can read it out. I need not read everything. Right? So it means that you follow the rules and do what you think you are supposed to do. You focus on fulfilling your responsibilities and doing what you think is the right thing to do. So it means you are just fulfilling your duty. You're not using your heart most of the times. You are just fulfilling your duty. If you have scored more on B, you are on the utilitarian ethics. It means you try to see what is best for the maximum of the people. Right? You just look on the maximum benefit what you can get. Then if you have more points on the C, you are on the virtue ethics. So it means that you pull from whom you are, your character, when facing ethical dilemmas, and you act out of integrity. It means you just work what is good. You sometimes even you forget that what am I? What sort of person am I? Right? You move out of your personality. If we are having more on the D part, we are on the caring ethics. It means I care for my relations. I told you there are some group members who are very close to my heart. Fine. So if I have scored more on D part, I just care for those people who are very close in my group, and I take the decisions according to that. Right? And for these people, we have a personal bond or the commitments. Then we have a egoism ethics. That is, if you have a maximum of E. It means that you do what is best for yourself. I am the one, no me. So it's like, no, it's like me. I just satisfy myself. And the last is the justice ethics. If your more score is on the F side, you try to give the fair decisions, try to behave fairly, what will be the best in that particular situation. I don't need your answers. I really don't need your answers. But the thing is, this will give me an idea that to look deeper inside me, that I keep on analyzing my leaders. I keep on analyzing, oh, this time my leader did not act according to my requirements. This time my leader didn't listen to me. This time my leader was just, no, he or she was just a replication of his or her boss. It depends, my dear. Sometimes I behave as a duty ethics, and sometimes even I work as an egoism ethics. It's okay. Nothing is wrong or right. But the thing is, yes, there are some ethical parameters, no, on which I have to prove myself. So as a leader, I need to create a workplace. I need to create an environment which is a healthy one, right? Like people die for you. Oh, today my leader is not there. I'm missing something. Right? That charm, that charisma has to be there. So this was just a questionnaire. This was just a small exercise to know that if I think of my relations in my group, you can think of satisfying your egoism. It's your choice, but it will define your leadership skills. There are leaders who are autocratic, and they stay for a long time. There are democratic leaders whom the companies don't like and they expel them very fast. There are. So it's your choice to be what type of leader, but ethical leader I'm talking about. Okay, so that we had to work on. So moving to the next, when I say about the ethical leaders, no, you may lie under any category, but the ethical leader is the one for me who respect and listen to the views and the opinions. Respect whosoever. There is a 360 degree in my company or in my college or in my university. Respect everyone, fine? Listen to the views. We do not know, maybe they have their different opinions. They have their different view to look at the same problem. Support their interest and the beliefs. I remember being a leader, even I know that I am in my office from 9 o'clock till 6 o'clock because I am very particular about my official timings and about my office timings. This is my personality. Okay. So if I think of, okay, in between that, I can go home and I can finish up some home course and then I will return back to the office. I feel that let it be a complete different. This hour, this time for my office and this time for my family. So when I say that, no, at this time I have segregated, no, so it's okay. It's your, maybe if you are so much capable enough that you can work from your home so efficiently, you can go with that. But I'm not efficient enough. I don't want to get mixed up with my family and my workplace. So I have just differentiated that timings. Sometimes even when I am free, not free, I love to play sports in the college. So what I do is, like, if I am working for 2 hours continuously on my laptop, I get tired of this neck. So what I do is I'll go to a sports room, which is very close to my office, and I'll just play ping pong over there with the students. It's okay. I love that. That is my relaxing and my relieving pills for me. Okay, so it doesn't mean that I'm behaving unethical. For me it's ethical. Okay, I just believe that I must be fair to my subordinates. I work with honesty, and I'm considerate to all. I always have an open ears to my subordinates. I keep this in mind. So for me, my ethics are like I don't want to make everyone happy. And remember always, you cannot make happy everyone. No, no, never. If we will strive on making everyone happy, I lose my identity. Start saying no also sometimes. Okay. Don't try harsh to make everyone happy. If I will try to make harsh to make everyone happy, maybe I will be not the happiest one at the last. So for me is also very important, but my surroundings, my workplace, my subordinates, my immediate bosses, my most immediate bosses, they all are important for me, my students. So I have to keep their views, I have to keep their opinions. Everything is important for me. So I have to be honest enough when I am there in the workplace for that 6 or 7 hours. Yes, when I was working in the different universities, I found that even after the working hour, there will be messaging on the WhatsApp. But by the God grace in Tecnológico de Monterrey, 6 o'clock means the closing 6 o'clock. Then it's your family time. There will be no WhatsApp message, no email. Like, we are not allowed to open the official WhatsApp. We are not at all allowed. We are not allowed to open the official emails also. So Saturday, Sunday, no way, nothing will be there. It's your working. It's your family time. We will not interfere in that. So it's like they have just segregated everything. So it's okay, fine. We are actually earning for them. So if my workplace is important, my family is also important. So ethically means you are an ethical human being, either as a leader at home or a leader at the workplace. A small story for you. I hope we have a time. Do we have a time?
Yes, ma'am. We have a time, ma'am.
Okay. I just want to show you a short story. This is a geese story. Normally, you will find that the geese, they move in the V direction. Normally, you will find they always move in the V formation. The reason behind the V formation is that they actually, they give energy to each other. Like when they move in the V formation and they open up their wings, it gives energy to other. It gives them a momentum to fly at a faster speed. So that is the reason they move in the V shape. Now, the wonderful part is that when the leader is tired in the V formation, there is a leader. Okay, when the leader gets tired, the leader will take a back place and someone else will take the leader's place. So it's like job rotation. Right? It's just like a job rotation. So someone will take the other shape and then the team or the work continues. It doesn't stop. So they keep on flying. And suppose if one of the birds or one of the if the goose, they feel that they are sick and they are no more having the energy to fly, what will happen is they will land down on the ground, and two or three more of the goose, they will again come on the ground and they will accompany the sick one, and the other group, they keep on moving, they keep on flying, they don't miss their target, they keep on flying. Then the group which is on the ground, they will wait. If the one who was tired, either that gets the energy back or it dies. This is a nature. Okay. If it gets the energy back, what they will do is they will wait for the another flock which is coming on the sky, and they will join that flock in that V formation. But they don't forget their target. They have to achieve their target. And in this manner, what happens is that they finally, even the one who are tired, they again join the other group and they achieve their target at the last. But the leader is not the one. All of us are the leaders. All of them, they are the leaders, because we all are running a company, a college, a university, organization, whatever the situation. So we have to work as a goose, I may say. And you will not believe that. You can read this story later on. But what happens is that from this geese story, we actually have to learn something. Like, we need to support each other. When we are in the organization, we need to support. We need not pull each other's leg. It happens many times. If I know something, no, I will not share it. No, otherwise if he or she will come to know, then he will become a boss. Why should I? Okay. So I keep on restricting my knowledge and restricting my intellect with me. No, share it up. Okay, share it up. Bring more leaders in your company. Understand the role. It means if I am a leader and I get tired, doesn't matter. You come and take the position. It's okay. It's okay for me. Like, I should not be scared of that, oh, I lost my position. It's okay. Someone else can take your position over here. Like if today there's a webinar of yours, and if something would have happened to me, maybe I would have been in an urgent situation, then I know you people had a backlog. I know normally we all had a backlog. If this happens to any one of our speakers, then who will be the one? So we should be ready with that. Protect each other. When the goose, any goose was sick, the two others also accompanied that goose in the ground, and they waited for their recovery or for the death, whatever the situation is. But okay, it's not only keep on flying and let whosoever is fail, no, let him or her on the backside. You can't succeed alone. Remember, my dear, no one can succeed alone. We need a team. We need a strong team. Okay, with a leader cannot work without a team. I think most of us will remember a pandemic time, okay, when there was no classroom, when there was no students in the campus, we were missing them. It was like the colors are missing in the college. The chirping of the birds are missing in the campus. Fine. The hooting of the boys were missing in the campus. So we miss them. Without students, there is no campus. Without followers, there are no leaders. Right? Without team, no lead can succeed. So no one can succeed all alone. Encourage the team. And you know how the goose encourage? What they do is, if they are moving the V style, no, what will happen? They will keep on making a sound of the goose. So it gives inspiration to the other members. They honk either from back or at the front. They keep on honking. They keep on making the noises so that it gives an inspiration. So keep on talking, keep on interacting, keep on having other opinions. Don't stop talking. Because once we stop talking, my dear, we actually know we are making my heart heavy. So if it bursts one day, imagine what will happen. So these are the lessons which we learn from the goose story. One more thing I want to share something with you over here is that when we are working, no, it's not only about work, it's about the prayer which I am making. Every day I pray. My workplace is my temple, I must say. Fine, there is a God over there whom I pray. Fine, and I wait for a salary, or I wait for the profits at the last. So there is a small presentation which I wanted to share with you, is that there were the stone cutters near by the roadside, and there were the 3 women also who were working on that. Fine, my slides are moving itself. Okay, let me come back. Okay, now see here, if I talk about, let me move back. Okay, this is when you are not ready for the presentation. Sometimes, no, I'm not very good at the online things, no. So maybe it was, it had something like move automatically. So what happened was the 3 stone cutters, no, these ladies, they were interviewed and they were asked of what they are doing. One of them, they said that I don't have a choice what I can do. I'm just cutting the stones for my daily bread. Okay. The second one was asked the same question, and she said that I'm doing a duty to my nation. I'm building the roads. This is a service to my nation. And the third one said that it is a worship to the Lord. I'm in the temple, and when I am working and when I'm cutting the stones, for me, my work is my temple, and I'm working according to that. And you will not believe, the 3 children, the child of the first turned out to be a stone cutter. The second one became an army officer, and the third one became an architecture. So what I want to say here is that the attitude which I am having, it makes a difference. It will create a difference in the environment. The moment I smile, my subordinates will smile. The moment I am stubborn, the moment I am strong, the moment I am aggressive, it again becomes, no, the environment becomes like this. So remember, do what you love and love what you do. So love, like if today I see the smile on your faces, it means we are happy to be in this seminar. We are happy to be in the FDP. Even though it's offline or online, whatever the mode may be, but we are happy. So we are loving wherever we are. So this is all enough from my side, and I thank you all. I do not know, because normally, no, we are the management professors. Actually, we have a different way of presentation. We have a different way of delivering the things. We don't, I don't know, like, because everyone has a different way. But this is again a style of my lectures also. I don't relate the books. I keep on touching it, the heart of the people. Because I believe that when I go to the ICU, if anyone goes to the ICU, the mind may stops working, but the heart still works. So anything who touch the heart, they are always alive. So for me, it's like this. Thank you. And it was a pleasure to be with you. Any cross questions or any, like, I'm open, the dice is open for you people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an informative, inspiring, and interactive session. And your experiences and insight have certainly left us with an absolute food for thought. I think everybody of us will definitely ponder about it. We do have questions. If you may permit, then I'd like to ask them.
Yeah, sure, my pleasure.
Ma'am, the first question that came to me was that how can leaders inspire and motivate their employees to adhere to the ethical principles in the organizations?
No, I will, to be very frank, no, Professor Mahima, I will say that no need to say, just show with your actions, my dear. Fine. Like in the office, many times, not in this, but in my previous assignments, no, when I was having a lunch, I was not sitting on my office table. What I'll do is, it was a culture over there that we will spread a carpet at the down ground. All will come over there. The PNs will be there, the sweepers will be there, my secretaries will be there, and I will be also sitting on the ground, and we'll be having a lunch together. So no need to speak anything. Show with your actions. Right? If the moment I am doing my PhD, and if my guide is regularly telling me publish a paper, I do want to publish a paper. Just guide me how to write and what the content should be. I am ready to do for that. But the thing is, the moment I see my supervisor is also writing a qualitative paper, it will inspire me. Okay, so inspiration does not come from the words. Inspiration comes from the watching. When we see our kids, don't use laptop, don't use mobile. Okay, and I am on the Twitter every time. How can I stop my child? Stop using Twitter, stop using Facebook at home, and you will say the moment you start reading, your child will automatically take a book and he or she will start reading. So no, same in the office, my dear. Just start acting. It will take time. It may take time, but the thing is, people will follow. No need to say anything. And if you want to say, okay, no problem, prepare a rule, prepare a guidelines, prepare the page, 5 or 6 pages full of rules and regulations. Let me see, just a minute. My laptop is almost out of bed. So my content was just show with your actions, and you can prepare a catalog, you can prepare, but no one reads it. I'm making it very clear. No one reads the policies and procedures of this. Okay. I will tell you one example. When I joined Tecnológico de Monterrey, I was always having a disposal that glass to have a tea of mine. It was written in Spanish under the tea corner that you are required to bring your own glass. But as I was not doing Spanish, so I would have never read it. Right? But when many times I saw my all colleagues are having their own cups, why I am using the disposal one? Right? I just talked to my secretary and she said, Professor, it's written over there. I said, oh, I never thought that. Right? So I noticed my colleagues and I changed myself. Give a time, just give time. Everything is not spontaneous. Never believe that reactions will come spontaneously. It takes time.
Thank you, ma'am. And there's one more question that how can, like we just talked about accountability, just mentioned about one of the workplace values that a leader needs to be accountable. So how can a leader hold himself or herself accountable for an action? Like how can he or she come forward with that?
You tell me, why should I answer you this question, Professor Mahima? If suppose you are the one who is given this responsibility of holding this seminar, intermediating between the campus and between us, right? Did they told you that you are accountable? You yourself took an accountability.
Yes,
is it? You yourself, this is the self, my dear. When you go into the classroom, and if I'm not prepared for a lecture, You will feel there are butterflies in the stomach. Why there are butterflies? Because I'm not prepared on that day. To be very frank, this happens. Right? So what happens is that the leadership qualities or this accountability, it is from inner. There are some people you will find, there are some subordinates you will find, they keep on in the lazy mode. They don't want to work. You will find all categories in the organization. Right? So it's there. You can some of them, we say either you use stick approach or a carrot approach. It's on you. But sometimes I think that if a leader is working, or if a leader is taking the accountability, the realization, the inner realization, it comes. Maybe it take time, but it do comes. It's my personal experience. Yeah, accountability is self-minded. Yes, sometimes corporates say that you are responsible for that, you are accountable for that. But even though people don't take that responsibility, people are not accountable. But it comes from self. And it will develop. It get developed and you are getting salary for that. Okay, it's like this.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for clarifying our doubts and for taking out the time to be a part of this event despite the time differences. So thank you once again for being here.
My pleasure. It was all my pleasure. And thanks to all for actually considering me as a speaker for this session. Fine, because there are the different ways people teach. I have this style, but I love this style of mine. It's okay. But thanks to you, really, thanks to all of you. Thanks to the Amity group. Thanks to your directors. Thanks to your department heads. Thanks to the organizers who actually approached me. Thanks to all of you from the deep of my heart. I must say Jai Hind. It's been a long time I haven't spoken Jai Hind. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. See you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. My pleasure. It's my pleasure.
Thank you.
Up next, we have our program director, Professor Harish Kumar Tyagi sir, head Amity Institute of Behavioral and Allied Sciences, to say a few words about the event.
Thank you, Mahima. Thanks a lot, and thank you, Priya Madam, for delivering such a wonderful lectures, and it was 100% interactive. Even I have noted 10 situations and answers also. But if you are going to rate me as a manager, then I was going to get 0 marks. Because I'm more social, and whenever the psychological test was conducted on me, so it was shown to me that you are more social, so you can't adjust in the society. Thanks. Anyway, now I will try to be like a manager, and what a manager can do for the benefits of the institutions. We have to rethink how we can take one institution to the top by doing many things, not on the basis of the emotions, but on the basis of the need, like that. So the situations are really good to our learners, our students, and our organizers also. So now the time has come to complete all these activity whatever we have done in last 5 days. So it was 5 days work which we are going to finish in 5 to 10 minutes. Very difficult to me that how I have compiled in a few words. But anyway, please give me excuse that I'm not going to read or tell each and everything whatever our speakers have elaborated their views in these 5 days. I will tell in brief. So here I will start from the first day, and it was the inaugural session. So I will start from this. So this was the faculty development program, and it was initiated with the help of Academic Staff College and IBAS and ABS, Amity Institute of Behavioral and Allied Sciences, ABS, Amity Business School have organized this activity with the collaboration of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, on the topic cultivating academic integrity in working professionals under Guru Takshita Faculty Induction Program, Module 7, Academic Integrity, from 12th June to 16th June 23. The first day of the program started with the invocation ceremony, followed by address of the chief guest, Professor Amanda McKenzie, Director Office of Academic Integrity Just one second. Yeah. Integrity, University of Waterloo, Canada. She addressed the platform even with a major time difference between India and Canada and enlightened the gathering with the true meaning of academic integrity. She talked about the integrity at 3 levels, bottom, medium, and top level that is followed in the University of Waterloo. The event was intensified by the presence of Professor Dr. Jong Woo, PhD and Professor and Teacher Education, Stanford College of Education, National University. He is also a chief editor of reputed Journal of Research in Innovative Teaching and Learning. He emphasized upon the importance of academic integrity and ethics to be followed while writing a research paper and discussed publication and its ethics. We were also fortunate to have with us our Vice Chancellor, Professor Balvinder Shukla ma'am, to welcome the guest and address the participants of 5 days faculty development program. The first plenary session of the program initiated with the thoughts, understanding, and experience of program directors of event, Professor Taranjit Duggal and me. Professor Taranjit emphasized on planning the class, do best to answer questions with current information. Honesty should be adhered to while answering the questions of the students. The students should not be allowed to ridicule confronting the students if they are suspected to the plagiarism. She elaborated on the utility of adherence of values, morality, and ethics. Whereas I elaborated on the concept of academic integrity, the agenda that was listed and talked included academic integrity, different types of academic dishonesties, consequences of academic dishonesties, and the role of processing strategies to prevent academic dishonesties. Second plenary session of the first day was taken by distinguished Dr. Arunya Kali from MG Medical College of Research Institute, Puducherry. Dr. Kali is a highly accomplished professional in the field of microbiology with an impressive educational and professional background. He touched upon the key concepts including academic integrity, plagiarism, citations, and references, as well as exploration of popular reference management tools such as EndNote, Zotero, and Mendeley. Dr. A.J. Madhuri, who is an academic consultant from the Department of Library and Information Sciences at Sri Venkateswara University, Tirupati, took third plenary session. The session highlighted Mendeley's features, including reference organizations, PDF management, and social collaborations. Participants gained insight into integrating Mendeley's with word processes, extracting metadata, and generating bibliographies. Fourth session was taken by Professor Rekha Agarwal, who is from Central University, South Bihar. She commenced the session by highlighting the significance of academic integrity in the educational ecosystem. Second day, the event initiated with the session taken by Professor Ramesh C. Gore, is presently Dean Director of Library and Information Science, Head Kala Nidhi Division of HAG at Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts, New Delhi, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. He enlightened the participant by explaining about the unethical practices in the research about fabrication, manipulations, and plagiarism. The second session was taken by Ms. Mona Lisa, and who holds a master's degree in cross-culture and applied linguistics from the University of Sydney, Australia. She explained 3 techniques in using source texts for academic writing, such as direct quotations, summarizing, and paraphrasing. Post-lunch session of second day was conducted by Dr. Rajkumar Bhardwaj, recipients of UNESCO Fellowship, recipients of prestigious Informatic Innovation Award 2022, and Informatics Outstanding Researcher Award in 2022. Presently working as Chief Librarian at St. Stephen's College. He talked about plagiarism, types of plagiarism such as verbatim plagiarism, mosaic, plagiarism, inadequate paraphrase, etc. The last session of the second day was taken by Professor Til Prasad Sharma, professor in mathematics and Department of Education in Science and Mathematics. He talked about number of pressing challenge about equity, efficiency, excellence, and access to higher education in the nation have arisen as a result of higher education systems for concurrent rapid expansion. The third day on 14th June, we have had our ex-dean of Faculty of Education, Professor Kalpana Sharma. Now she is Director Academics at Netaji Subhas National Institute of Sports, Patiala. She talked on the top information literacy framework for higher education. She started the delivery with elaborating on the topics like honesty, trust, respect, and fairness. The next half of the morning session was addressed by Professor Harjit Kaur Bhatia, Department of Educational Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia, on the topic leveraging technologies for better academic process in context of NEP 2020. Post-lunch session was started by Professor K.C. Vasist, ex-dean and head, Faculty of Education, Dayal Bagh Institute of Education. The speaker highlighted the main challenges faced by educators in modern times. The second session, post-lunch, was taken by Kosiki, professor at Nelson Mandela Center for Peace and Conflict Resolutions, Jamia Millia Islamia. The speaker talked about the skills of the students. Firstly, she mentioned the way to inculcate critical thinking skills. Further, the speaker talked about the communication skills. The event started with the session on harmony with family, society, and nature. Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina by Professor Santosh Kumar Sukla, Professor, School of Sanskrit and Index Studies, drawing upon his extensive knowledge in Sanskrit and Indic studies. Dr. Sukla provided a comprehensive understanding of the concept of harmony. He emphasized the importance of cultivating harmonious relationship with the family units. The second session of the day was taken by Dr. Jasmine Bay Covin, TESOL Department of the Graduate School of Education, Touro University, New York. During the session, Professor Covin highlighted the significance of integrating advanced technologies in education. Professor Manisha Dabas Wadhwa from Aditi College, Delhi University, started the session with the defining with academic misconduct actually refers to a form of behavior which is not desirable, especially by the professional. It can also refer to violation of a certain ethical standard. The session was concentrated towards academic misconduct. The speaker discussed about the various types of academic misconducts like falsifying and fabricating data and fabricating and plagiarism. The second session post-lunch was taken by Professor Gurjeet Kaur, Department of Teacher Education and Non-Formal Education, Jamia Millia Islamia, on inculcating ethics. The session started off with defining ethics and research, draw a parallel between the two. Professor Vandana Singh started the session with greetings and a warm welcome. She enlightened the participants by explaining the theme of the session, students' engagement with ethical issues. The speaker highlighted the main areas where the students need to be engaged in the higher education system. Professor Jafrul Alam started the session by introducing the theme, knowing self to enhance integrity and ethical behavior. The speaker started with the quotes, without self-awareness, we are as babies in the cradle. The speaker mentioned the importance of knowing self for developing integrity and behavior and ethical behavior. He explained integrity as the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, and it can help people enhance their ethical behavior. Professor Shah Alam started the session today by introducing the theme human realities and essentials for values and skills for professionals of higher education. He started that people have different sets of values in different contexts, but honesty is the most powerful and important human values. Dr. Neha Gupta also conducted a post-lunch session by emphasizing the importance of developing the right character skills and knowledge for success in digital age. She highlighted that individuals should possess qualities such as adaptability, resilience, critical thinking, creativity. Dr. Gupta then proceeded to explain the concept of digital integrity. Professor Priya Rao, she is a professor of finance and accounting, Tecnologio de Monterrey, Mexico, highlighted the qualities of leadership. During the session, Dr. Rao provided examples of prominent leaders to illustrate the different co-founder of Microsoft as an example of autocratic leadership. Gates was known for his strong vision and decision making. Ratan Tata, the former chairman of Tata Group, was cited as an example of democratic leadership. The examples, whatever she has given to us, help participants to understand how leadership styles manifest in real world scenarios. She has given 10 hypothetical situations with 6 options, which has just given us the option to think rationally, and which would definitely be helpful to the participants. Even as a participant, I learned a lot that Dr. Priya made the sessions very much interactive. So thanks for this, and hope all the participants have enjoyed. And again, I give thanks and to all these speakers, all the delegates who have come today on this platform. Now over to Mahima.
Thank you so much, sir, for throwing light on the events of the 5 days, and that have certainly instilled in us a lot of thought and insight as we walk on the path of future with a lot of possibilities and opportunities. Quoting Henry Ward Beecher, gratitude is the fairest blossom that springs from the soul. We now request our program coordinator, Dr. Sushma Rani ma'am, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, Mahima, for giving me this opportunity to propose vote of thanks in front of all of you. As we know that endings are inevitable, but they also pave way for a new beginning. So first and foremost, we would like to thank our Honorable Founder President, Sir Dr. Ashok Kumar Chauhan, sir, whose vision has given us the drive to contribute in human service. I'm also grateful to respected Chancellor, Sir Dr. Atul Chauhan, sir, and our mentor guide, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, ma'am, Vice Chancellor, Madam, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, for her motivation and encouragement to always push us to put our best foot forward. Further, we express deepest appreciation to all our esteemed dignitaries who took out their time from their busy schedules to be part of this 5 days online professional development program, Cultivating Academic Integrity in Working Professionals under Guru Dakshita Faculty Induction Program, Module 7, Academic Integrity. Despite the major time differences, your presence has brought a unique global perspective to this event, enriching our discussions and fostering a greater understanding about academic integrity. Your unwavering commitment to excellence and unwillingness to share your insights have made this event truly exceptional. Our heartfelt gratitude also goes to the program directors, Dr. Taranjit Dugal ma'am and Dr. Harish Kumar Tyagi sir, and program coordinators, Ms. Sajina Huda ma'am, Dr. Rasna Shehrawat ma'am, and Dr. Manoj Kumar sir, whose tireless efforts and meticulous planning made this event possible, and to the technical experts also who ensured a seamless online experiences. I would also like to thank all the attendees who have joined us. Your enthusiasm and active participation were unmatchable and ended up being an immense success. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to student coordinators also and research scholars also who work day and night directly or indirectly for this for the success of this 5 days online program. Ms. Radhika Bansal, BLEd Semester 8 program, Ms. Ruba Khanam, Ms. Indu Bala, Ms. Shalu Rathod from BLEd 3rd semester, Ms. Mahima Sethi, B.Ed Department, Ms. Parfana Ferences, B.Ed Department, Ms. Tulika, Ms. Unnati, Ms. Raghav Raja, Ms. Manisha from B.Ed department, Ms. Shweta Dabas, Research Scholar Psychology department, Ms. Vandana Kumari from Commerce department, and Ms. Sonal Gupta from Travel and Tourism department. As this event comes to an end and we carry with us learning on various issues which will help us to walk on the path of endless opportunities with Goddess Saraswati blessings as a guiding light. Once again, a big thank you to everyone for being a part of this program and hope to be part of such more events with you all in the near future. Have great evening and wish you all the best.
I would just like to add to what Sushma has said. A very big thanks from all of us, especially from my side and Harish Kumar sir's side, to our IT team for helping us for all the 3 days. And thank you so much, Mobin, for being there for us for any kind of problems in the IT softwares that we had. Thank you so much, IT team, for your support.